This is Gamer 1745 with a rather late start today, but alright. And I need to reduce the sound. Hopefully that's better. Hey Arno, yes, you are first. Probably longest. Yes, I pushed. Oh man, this has been a rough start this morning. Yes, late. Yes, also yes. Hey, Alexandra Forex, how you doing? Great to have you here. I was going to be playing Hoi 4 World Ablaze. Well, World Ablaze, Uncharted and Crew, released a new version of their mod, but they very kindly have a old version, which is the version I was playing. So 6.6 World Ablaze, because they didn't come out with 6.7. Well, also this morning, Paradox released a new version of Hoi 4. And neither World Ablaze 6.6 or 6.7 works with the new version. And now I'm not sure, well, and you know, they can do a certain number of betas in their for the Steam game that can be old versions of the game. Well, they didn't have like 1.11 or whatever. It was because it's the one that was released today was 1.11.5. Now I don't know, so it was showing that the World of Blade, both versions were not compatible with it, and I couldn't roll back to the immediate previous version after trying and doing all this stuff. And I was going to be late anyways, but not this late. I mean, at least 25-30 minutes earlier, I would say, but I don't know exactly. And so I'm not sure if the new patch, if it just would have worked well or not. I never got in to try it. So yeah, it hadn't changed, but I was thinking of changing it. I may be pushing it back 1 hour for a while. But so yeah, and going figuring all this stuff out, and then I finally said, forget it, F it. I'm gonna get into my Hoi 3 game here because I'm not sure, and give them a week to figure out what version and how much is it save game compatible. Okay, so we are May 41. Let's see. This is not as stable as I would like. So we're coming into this here. I want to check out a couple of things before we properly. Where is this? Yes. Okay, we're going to stop this here. Okay, no order. Stop that. All right. We're going to do this. And so we are in the midst of a war. So let's. So this should be interesting. Let's. Okay. 1, 2, 3. The clock go a little bit like that. That should work. No, it did not. Okay. Don't worry, I'm still here. Green is black. No need to be afraid of the dark. Back very quickly. Like I say, this is not as stable as I would like. I'm not sure, far from sure, the cause of the instability. Only on saving is it particularly unstable. And it's really weird. You should be seeing something soon. I don't know why it hasn't picked it up yet. Okay, there we are. Okay. So what's on everybody's mind today? What are you concerned about in the world? And how's your knee doing, Arna? Great. Good. You back up to there. You attack into there. You keep coming that way. You know, I'm concerned about how much COVID spread in my city, and I'm still hurting from third dose earlier this week. Well, boy, I hear that fortunately current COOF problems are a lot less severe. I'm not saying it's fine. I'm just saying it's a lot. I hear that it's a lot less severe than it was originally. And I'm sorry your arm is hurting, and I hope everything goes well for you, as in getting shots and not having bad reactions to shots, or the shots helping with not being as sick or not getting sick or whatever. Hope that all helps and is way better. Oh, very good, Arno. Very good. I'm doing very well. My recent problem is no longer. I'm still not 100% back, but I'm no longer a significant issue and getting back fast. So doing much better. Much better. Okay. Let's see if we can. See, for those watching, like I said, this is not entirely stable. But it seems that if I can make a good save, like it just did, it'll continue working right. So very early on, don't play a lot. Tip. Okay, let me. I'm going to start recording an episode here. Yes, thank you, Arno, and I'm good. I'm glad to hear that your knee's getting better too, because that's also a serious problem. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with my continuing testing of Black Ice 4, Hearts of Iron 3, but Black Ice 11.1 with German gameplay augmentations, Third Reich events, the D-Worms mods, and units of the Third Reich plus my other small mods. A little tip again, I know not everyone watches everything. This is not as stable as I would like. I would like to play a big multiplayer game. I'm not sure how well this will work out yet. That is one of the reasons I'm sort of furiously testing all of this, playing very rapidly. It seems to be the game seems to be very stable with just Black Ice. It seems rather stable if you add Third Reich events and units of the Third Reich. It's once, and I'm not sure because I haven't tried it with just one of the two, but once you add GGA and the D-Worms mod, not as stable. And those watching live here, very good, Alexandra. Is I started up, got in here, and played it for a few hours, maybe a tick over to the next day. Tried to save it, crashed the game out. Loaded it back in, did basically the same thing, maybe let it go a few more hours, let it pause, saved it. Once you get a good save, you should do that very early. Doing it. Then it seems, so long as you're not alt-tabbing in and out a lot, that does make it unstable. That's part of the issues. If you're not doing that, it seems to be fairly stable and only really crashing on saves. So just keep that in mind if you are wanting to play this. That is partially what I'm testing is stability out. Okay, we are facing several challenges. Yes, it's May 41. Earlier, you can still see some of the bunch of forces still sitting up here. We had a British invasion here that, and I had just one garrison unit. This unit plus it had, which is really, it had this in here, 120 millimeter Schwer cannon that represented some coastal artillery. Yeah, it's there, but see, this thing is, the only thing it's really useful for is anti-air capacities, because these railway cannons, I know they've added railway guns to Wave 4, but these basically, I mean, soft attack is just one. These basically do no damage. What it is modifiers for fort attack and fort defense, and modifiers for urban attack and a little bit of urban defense. So it's a modifying unit, not an effective unit in and of itself. But it also has a weight of 1,000. So I don't really have enough ships to be able to move it back. So it didn't get back. So all I had was this. So they did a naval invasion, and they got about occupying about this part of it. And I brought over a Panzer division, or Panzer Corps, I mean, not a division, a whole corps here, to suppress that. And now it's May, and I'm now out of place even more. So I have decided to do one of my often done, so I was thinking of trying to do a 1941 invasion of the Soviet Union. Hey, Sir Toyjet. Yes, we are in your homeland. Now, after the British liberation attempt, there was a local uprising that got about these provinces here. But since we did have the Panzer Division already in place, we moved it over here. And we've also crushed another local uprising here. And earlier there was an uprising way up in here that we had crushed. So Norway has been very revolting. And that's distracted my invasion of the Soviet Union. So this invasion wasn't too bad by Britain. It got a few divisions, 2 or 3 ashore. Then it moved another 4 or so, and then I crushed them. And that is a problem with these invasions. Now, this wasn't so bad because it was up in Norway, and I had a mountain, well, almost 2 corps of mountain divisions, but they were sort of scattered all over the place, so couldn't really respond rapidly. So it wasn't too bad of a situation. Now, just to give you some history, back in For the Motherland, and before I gathered, but I started playing this with For the Motherland DLC, Britain used to do a lot of invasions, and they were really sort of stupid. And counterproductive, meaning you could leave a port open. If it saw a port that was open, it would invade, bring in a bunch of troops, and then you could just have units sitting back here and just crush them. And you could rinse and repeat and just bleed Britain white. What would really be good, and the way they could have fixed it is with their code in there, is have a check to see if Germany was at war with, I don't know what SAG means. sad with the weird added thing to it. I don't know. If you're at a war with the Soviet Union, then it would make a lot more distracting sense. But it's distracting me, so I'm going to continue. I have the Africa Corps here. I've got a lot of air units around here that are doing naval strikes on this part, and I've got part of the Kriegsmarine here, but not that much. So what I'm doing is the Kriegsmarine is going on a bit of an expedition. I've got it stuck sort of here. It's been rounding Africa, and I'm going to give it a little bit of a pause here. And I'm going to try to get it around Africa to Mogadishu in the port here, and then bring it up here. And because we own currently the Suez Canal, we're going to bring it in here, join these forces up with these naval landing craft, not those, and these to get a big enough thing, and try to take out Malta. Okay, yes, you're right, Arno, but what because I'm playing with GGA installed, we have a Revolver Held has made I would say somewhat historical, I don't know how well researched this is, garrison force here. So we have this field division, which doesn't give, or HQ, which doesn't give combined arms because it's not that. Pretty light garrison detachment, police, reconnaissance, and some these, and these vary in around the country here. So we have a bunch of them sort of occupying and doing some garrisons. I do have some of these guys here. What I do know is that eventually, and it sort of needs to take America to come in 1942, they will be spamming out a bunch of these units, these fortress divisions that you can see here. They move at 2 kilometers per hour, where a regular infantry regiment here moves at 4. So it's not impossible to move them, but it's just and we could build them, but you can see it's 0.75 of an IC to create. It's not that good. I mean, it's not nearly the it's 14 soft attack versus, for a regular infantry regiment, 26. And so you will be getting a bunch of events that spam these out at somewhat historical. What do you think about Warhammer? Pretty good. I enjoyed playing it. You can check out some of my videos. I recently played the latest DLC for it. I like Battle Sector much better. Because Battle Sector, and they're coming out with a new DLC for Warhammer 40k Battle Sector that will add the Necrons to it with another storyline there. Battle Sector is probably the best, in my opinion, the best, though I haven't played everything. That's why I say probably. I haven't played most. But a very good representation of the standard, tabletop miniatures battle Warhammer 40k game. So if that's what you want to play, if you want to play something that you have, you build a base, and you build factory units and housing units and those type of things, and you create other units that then go out and try to conquer other areas in a sort of hex pattern sort of world map, if you will, not complete global, but it's a regional map or whatever. If you want to play that type of game, yeah, I think it's pretty good. So you can check out the videos there. Well, we're going to maybe see about taking out Gibraltar. Yes, there is. Narcic? I don't know. Narcic? Yes, there is a version of it. You can go to the you can go to my new recent install guide that I released earlier this week. What was it, Monday or Tuesday? I think it was Tuesday. And there it should be links to the forums where to download all of the currently available mods. I'm testing it. There are some issues. You can see my also earlier this week I save game crashing and how best to avoid it. But yeah, it's here, and I'm continuing to solve problems, minor ones mostly. Hopefully, we got one solved today that was a black ice issue, not an issue with the submods. So we're going to look at Alexandria, a Mediterranean first, which our first invasion will be to take out Malta. We've obviously already got earlier over there. To naval invade Gibraltar, you have to come from this Western Iberian Sea. You can't come in from the Gibraltar State, even though it's sort of straight, even though it sort of looks like it, or the coast of Cadiz Sea province to invade. It has to come in here, and you have to be able to get by here. And Gibraltar, the British having it here, blocks entry into the Mediterranean for surf or for any fleets. So that is part of the reason to be able to get this fleet here with the Deutschland, Admiral Scheer and Admiral Hipper, along with this. Now, the reason I have the Graspe and these, well, at least the destroyers and the light cruisers, is they were quote unquote trapped in the Mediterranean at the start of the war, and I had them interred. I wasn't using them as any naval force, playing sort of role playing historically, interred up in Venice until Italy joined the war. Sort of like the I want to say Emden, but I don't know, the German cruiser that was interred in Istanbul until it was turned over to the Turkish government in World War One. But so they stayed in there, and then once Italy was in the war, then they started operating in the Mediterranean. So that's how we have a small, well, not that small, but not that big either, German fleet operating in the Mediterranean. But now that we have the Suez open, we are trying to get the Kriegsmarine up into the Mediterranean to join forces to first invade Malta. Then, because we have these longer range landing craft, we should be able to launch from here and hopefully be able to take out Gibraltar. That is sort of the goal. Don't know that we're getting to it in this episode or today's stream. Got it recently. We played it. Figured it would be neat to hear. Yeah, so yeah, you can. Yeah, I like it, and I wouldn't be against someday playing, multiplayer with you guys on that. Well, that is and we are taking out Oman, right? Yeah, Oman. Brain still isn't working terribly great this morning. And we are helping out with battles up here in Sudan with the Italians, and the Italians are going to do much better now that they have supply links in there. I just wish people wanted to watch me play non-historical strategy games a bit more, because like I love Battle Sector. Battle Sector I think is great, but it does very poorly on the channel. A little bit more to try to put down our descent some with an extra. Civilian goods, okay, requisition, I don't need to, okay. Okay, electro steel welding technology advance. Very nice. Let's shift this over to steel armor casting, attritional warfare. I think we'll leave that going. Yes, 1940 technology. And self-propelled artillery brigade advance. That was there. and grayed out now. And yeah, we're mostly now researching 1942 technologies. Well, we have a bunch of 41s that we're already researching, but we're adding new stuff is 42. No, I think we want to do more stuff getting ready. Okay, heavier too. Getting ready, not this year, is it going to turn out there? Now, I really wish I could better plan out. What is this fleet? I don't know. Hello, cool gamers. 1199.7, or is that supposed to be 1997 or something, or 1997? I don't know. How you doing today? Plan out longer operations. Okay, yes, they're gun turrets have advanced. Okay. That would be here. Great deal. Yeah, we'll buy some fuel just to get good relations with Sweden. Well, I really quite honestly haven't looked at them. I do know that they have made changes. Okay, so it's basically they're turning Guam into a two-place island. Same with Iwo Jima. That's jarring. You see the Mount Suribachi image there, and then English countryside or something. Yeah. I knew they'd done some changes. I hadn't quite looked at this. So here's the problem with this. This might be really good for a human player playing as Japan. Right now it's even a coastal fort. Well, this doesn't look good. Okay, this doesn't look good. Iwo Jima, Guam, Guadalcanal, obviously. Guadalcanal a little better, maybe. What I can see is what they're trying to do is they're trying to take a grand strategy game and give you a little more tactical options. This coastal fort, to the best of my knowledge, does not help you on land attacks. So meaning if the Americans, presumably, land here and take this, then attacking Mount Suribachi, this doesn't get you any improvements. It should have either pillboxes or maybe a fortress. Maybe there'll be an event later on. That could be. That very well could be a fortification event for particularly here. Because if you were to fortify this, that would make this much harder to take. And again, for a human player who can make a bit more of a rational idea of, let's stick a unit here, but the AI is going to always see this here as the vulnerable place with the port and want to put the defenses here. And right now, with this just being a coastal fort, here. Well, we don't really see any details, but we do say they have anti-aircraft guns. Yeah, I don't know. Well, both the USA is underpowered and Hoi-3 a lot compared to how it was in real life. Okay, yeah, good to hear about the event. Well, okay, I have not played a game with the United States, but the United States prior to 1940 should have extremely little power because it's going through the Great Depression. The only thing they even build on a little bit is in the Navy in the 1930s. Starting in 1939, they start building up more of the Navy because of the outbreak of the war in Europe in the 38 and 39, you know, the troubles with Czechoslovakia and heightened tensions over Poland, and then obviously the outbreak of war with the invasion of Poland. The U.S. starts building up its naval capacity in 39. 40, America is not doing very much at all military buildup for itself. It is starting to ramp up its production to sell to Britain and France. France falls, that scares the hell out of the United States, and they start. So this is only, you know, summer, you know, effectively 1940 do they start building themselves up. And so you see that America is only really gets into the war going good in Europe late 42, 43. And there all they're able to do is mess around in North Africa and like Sicily kind of thing. They only take Rome here the day before they do the D-Day landings in 44. So that's June 44. Are they only able to finally get in to take Rome? Now, I've recently been playing Warplan Pacific. I mean, it was last year, but it's another really good strategy game. Not as detailed as Hoi 4, but in some ways better, in some ways not, obviously. The U.S., even there, is just mostly reacting through 42 to Japan. So, and, you know, trying to hold out in places like Guadalcanal and trying to, you know, get a little bit offensive in this area. So I don't know that it's that bad. It's a, you know, it's 43, 44, 45. It should become overwhelming. Because I was one of those who did these changes. Oh, you are? Okay. I did testing and fighting in Guam and Iwo Jima School. Japan is leaving Suribachi empty, and there's these grinds between it and Iwo Jima. Okay. Yeah, it's the AI. Yeah, the AI is always going to see the port as being the place to defend. And we can't make a unit that the AI can't move. That's why they've made these garrisons super heavy. And I presume you know that, but others may not. And there is, oh no, it's, well, I noticed they removed assault rifle technology here for some reason, and I don't know why. I guess maybe it's here. Somewhere, oh, maybe it's, oh, it's naval. Is it naval? Oh boy, I don't know where it is. There's a technology. I thought it was, oh, here, garrison deployment technology. You can see here it reduces the weight of garrisons and tropical island garrisons and other sorts of things. to a manageable amount, but only a human player gets to do this. So the AI, and this is to trap, mainly it was done to trap Japanese units here because the AI would take them away and have them fight in China and then never bring them back. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, I think this would be better a human player playing as Japan. I don't know how this helps. Yeah, I get the idea that if they're garrisoning both. See, again, I haven't played this, so I'm just looking at this. I'm going to presume you have a fortification or something event that'll spam in a garrison unit. But if you had one garrison unit, or let's say two garrison units protecting a single position island, that would be two garrison units strong. Where here, if you have two garrison units, AI will put one here and one here. So when the Americans invade, yes, I understand that they get to land, bring in supplies, and then attack the other half of the island instead of just having a naval invasion. I don't know that that's going to be helpful. There was a bit of a longer campaign with the Americans down here and the Japanese up here. I don't know. Usually gets better anyway. There's fierce fighting between the two provinces rather than simple invasion battle. Yeah. Change the code so divisions spawn there too. Yeah, okay. So yeah. I mean, like I say, I haven't played it, so I'm only just doing from what I know of Hoi 3 behavior, which I know it quite well. I played a lot of Hoi 3, including playing as Japan, but I've not played as the United States. I will someday, I hope, to build incident port to provide supplies. Yeah, we'll see how that goes as a Japanese AI versus an American AI. Coming here eventually, see how the Pacific. Okay. They lost 2 destroyers out here. And our ship here is convoy raiding. Somehow we took out 2 destroyers with our convoy. I think these convoy raiders are, and it's going to go home to repair up. Good. A bit overpowered. We would get, yes. Yeah, see, these things seem to be overpowered. They're more powerful than submarines. And the way that they're more powerful than submarines is that they have an incredibly long range, and the AI doesn't seem to be able to catch them. It does. I mean, right here we do have some Italian submarines moving around. It does obviously notice the attacks and will move forces looking for them, but they rarely seem to, and this is the first time I've had one actually in combat for a long time. So, I don't know, they seem to be over there. We are playing Hoi 3, and we are playing a Mediterranean first campaign. Okay, well, let me save this again, just to make sure things are going. Like I say, normally once we get it saved right once. Okay, now, what we're going to do is we're going to head these guys. See, I'm looking here, these long-range submarines. They're sort of what I'm worried about. I know these are Italian, but see, they've been moving around here, and by doing that, they're sort of stirring up trouble for us. In that, now I don't know, maybe Italy did have long-range submarines. I don't know why they're building so many. Now that we've broken out of the Mediterranean, they're being useful. But I would think that they're spending too much. Oh, they've had a minor engagement here. Okay. Did we lose a... No, I think it was just those three. Deutschland, Admiral and Admiral. Pretty sure. Okay, well. I think that's all it was. Let's continue our rebasing. Hopefully no more engagements. Let's check some other fronts here. I know I've been talking a bunch. Put that at now. Metal. Hungry. Hungry for metal. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what are we fighting? Okay, just, a battleship. We lost none. How bad are we off? Okay, not really bad at all. Good. I know Mr. Z-Plan Toyjet will think we should have had our proper German battleships, but oh well. Require unit training. Yeah, we'll leave these go. They're good, but we'll shift that to something else, I think. Good. And close air support pilot. Keep swinging around. Okay, well, we bumped into them again, took out a... Where it looked like. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Run. We've lost, yeah, one of the, not the Deutschland, not the Admiral Hipper. We lost the Deutschland. Uh-oh, we lost the Admiral Scheer and the Deutschland. Though they took out the battleship, the Ark Royal went down. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Well, maybe we'll make it the rest of the way. Yes, you can have money for crude oil. Well, having industry and forces for fighting in Russia and securing the Mediterranean more important than heavy ships. It's not hard. Yeah. Another invasion I tried with just this fleet. No, the Italians are coming here. They took out this fleet, and I went back to an earlier save. Tempted to do that here, but if we can just get these guys going, it's hardly worth it now. Okay, single engine armament. Out. Okay, if we don't bump into anything else, we're... Well, we lost 2 pocket battleships. Did take out a battleship, but I don't really care about that. I care about getting my ships to use, because I really want to do avoidance, not Not conquest. Okay, high density alloys advanced. That is here in grayed out. Good. Twin engine armament research. We're going to stop. We may be shifting in bombing site advance. That. No, we can do IFF. Saw something here. So I don't know if they spotted us. We're moving pretty fast at almost 19 kilometers per hour. So we can outrun a lot of pursuit unless it's right on us. I really wish I could plot a thing further out from the coast. So, what are we doing here? Okay, we've won here. You don't need to keep pursuing that. You join this fight. These guys can come in and occupy there. Okay, we've got that. Pushing in there. You can support the attack. Okay, jungle unit training, very nice. And we're going to keep that going because we're not very jungly yet. And SS Panzer Grenadiers. That is here, and we're going to let these go. Now, I do take and background. It's missing. It's not one of mine, but I think it's just missing. And not that it's not showing up. Okay, well, we can. Well, we're going to leave two of these guys, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, in production because they're part way completed here. We have a bunch more air or naval air. Let's see. We're going to add two more of these guys. These guys are going to be very powerful, I think. But as I was starting to say, I don't know that all of the, well, these have some other stuff in them, but all of these are going to be useful if you're playing with GGA. So like I just did, I took the event, which gives you, you're paying for it. Not maybe the full cost, if you will, but we got the SS Panzer Corps. Whether all of these will be useful here, the Panzer Corps. I do find the mountain corps, and we're getting a lot of them, but them a little bit more useful. And the airborne, though we're also getting a lot of them. You can decline them if you want to, especially like with GGA, because GGA, let's see, I'll illustrate that here, has a lot of army corps that it's giving you here, and they're all fairly generic in strength, and these are all historical ones. Now, I would say from my readings, I mean, I've never obviously commanded a corps, but it seems to me that it's best to have in real life about 3 divisions to a corps. Obviously, you can have just one division attached to the corps command, so that might be done because you have 2 other corps each with 3 divisions, and you have a 7th division, you need to put it under a corps headquarters. You don't want to overly burden one of the corps headquarters with an additional division to manage. And it's not just to tell it what to do, but do all the sort of corps level management you do for divisions. And so he, Revolverheld, the guy who makes GGA, has been putting in all these historical corps here. And many of them are showing up in Berlin. Now with Hoi 4, let's try to click on one here. Oh, that's a 3 core. A bunch of these are just sort of 3 core or 4 core. They're going to get some more divisions attached to them. It's better to have a 5 division core, because the way the game mechanics works, it will transfer up more experience to the corps commander and more quickly, and make him stronger. So that's what we sort of do. So unless you want to play particularly historical, you get a lot of extra cores, and so you might not need to take it. And if you're playing with, and I'm even overdoing some of this, if you're playing with units of the Third Reich, list somehow got there. I think it's an event given here, but we can see here all of these divisional headquarters, units of the Third Reich adds. Very historical. So you have a large number. So when you make a division, you should. Oh, well, this one has. Oh, somehow I stuck in that. Well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to leave that there, and we're going to move this here. And I'm going to use that HQ somewhere else. And so we now have that. Let's find a divisional commander that looks pretty good. There we go. Yeah, I think Army Group, well, this is sort of both Army Group North and Army Group Center. I'm going to send you, you will have some use for other HQs, but not terribly many. Just wrote on the Hoi 4 Steam page the silly AI air deployments and obsolete German bomber fleet Germany starts with in 36, which is hard to replace before war starts with HE. It did historically. Well, very good, Beam Slam. I hope they pay attention to that. Yeah. Yeah, I do rant, but I don't just do it because to do it. I do it when something hits me that I find important to rant about, whether real life or in the game. Obviously, game is part of real life, but yeah. Okay, so we are going to make mechanized, and I found that these to be fairly cheap, actually. A mechanized brigade in multi-regiment here. Sturmgeschütz artillery, armored cars, and for some reason, right now, armored engineers are cheaper than motorized engineers, so we're going to do that. And I think that is that what I have here? Whatever it was I figured out earlier. Artillery, yeah, that's it. Yeah. And these are only just about 11 IC here. We're going to do 2 of those, because what we have here, you need to sort of pay attention to these. You got these here that have come based on various historical reasons. Jagger divisions that were also, and you're paying for these divisions with, they're not free. With like you can see here, the various penalties. I think there's one that's standard for a long time for units of the Third Reich. So it's not free divisions, but it is sort of, I don't know, prepaid divisions or something. And these guys, with the light infantry, but with proper supporting units, are going to be excellent compared to other things. I mean, they're not perfect. Fighting in these swamps and these forests up in here, so they're going to be very useful. Elite light infantry. Light infantry. Okay. They're with decent anti-tank and artillery support. But we do, did I pull them all? I try to get some of these guys out from being overly stacked into Berlin. Oh, we're missing, oh, he got pulled out again. Keep pulling out my leader for, well, I'll get a new one. For Flieger Fighter Corps, one that hopefully will reduce supply usage a bit. There we go, we'll use it. Yeah. As a we're all on, okay, like who isn't, he isn't up, okay, he's on the Eastern Front, but we're not really doing, you can see currently the air war, and this is a problem here. Oh, well, they've yet to do the US bases over here, so that's because the US is not yet into the war. There's not a lot of air activity over here. There was some when the British were up here, they actually brought in some air power up there, so we had some air battles over Norway. We are having some here, but okay, we're gonna wait to invade to see if we can get these guys. Oh, they're bombing us. Okay, there's goes the Admiral Hipper. Nuremberg, Leipzig. Well, so sinks the Kriegsmarine. So goes down Admiral Raider. Could we have made it? Could we have made it? Possibly if I paused up here longer to let some of these units, because if this unit here, these units here were naval thing. Now if they were here and sort of spotted, them coming around because they're going along the coast and dashed out to intercept them, no. But if they were transiting and just bumped into them, could have waited a bit longer maybe. There should be limitations on the range, absolutely. But I really wish I could have. We're just talking with Beam Slam about some of the unhistoricity of Hoi 4. But, God, I wish I could have my version of the melding of the two games. wouldn't be the perfect game, but it'd be a very good game. See, if we could have, like you can now in Hoi 4, is like block out C zones, you know, like say, do not move anything under any circumstances through, you know, the English Channel, so that if I'm going to, you know, move a fleet from, you know, Kiel or Hamburg or something to the Indian Ocean, it won't automatically go the shortest line here and just get destroyed. So you could block out C zones, block out, you know, like an immediate here or something, so that it swings wide out into the, you know, Indian Ocean before coming around. And come around here. So, but yeah, okay, well, we lost the fleet. The Kriegsmarine, the Greater Kriegsmarine fleet just got sunk. Well, I'm going to save this here and end this episode, not the live stream, but the episode. I want to thank you all for watching. You can post questions, tips, comments below. And if you would, hit the like button. If you're live on YouTube right now, you can hit the like button. And of course, if you're new here, subscribe. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, that's yeah. Well, that's sunk most of the. I mean, this is just the Mediterranean fleet that's left here. Yeah, sort of. We were trying to avoid action, but yeah, okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing look and testing of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 11.1 with GGA, Third Reich events, the D-Worms mods, and units of the Third Reich. Well, we've just had the main Kriegsmarine fleet sunk out in the South Atlantic just off of the Cape of Good Hope. So our hope of reinforcing this is gone. Now, I do not know. Okay, well, we have some. There's a heavy cruiser, at least, a light cruiser, a torpedo boat, long-range submarine sitting there. Well, what we're going to do here is, well, let's attach you to there. Okay, that will get us a little more. We're going to put 2 of these divisions. 2 Panzer divisions. We got one with the we're going to join the invasion here. There are some Italians attacking. We're going to join them. We have a fairly large bomber force here doing naval strikes against anything that comes out into this sea zone. Oh, Bulgaria would like to build. Yes, you can build some Messerschmitts. Hoping it will help deal with any sally forth by large. Okay, their invasion force was just about taken out. Ah. Okay, reinforce conquer on Oman. Yeah, you're getting bored, Arno. I hear ya. You come this way. You continue to hold there. This version here. Okay, so we are pushing here. That has no infrastructure level enough to go there. You keep going to there. Ooh, we need to send supplies down to Port Sudan. So, create a supply convoy. We're going to go out of Paula. You down. 2 vessels. Convoys, however you want to say it. Yes, I guess I'm not important enough for the bots to decide to spam Okay, we can get 2 more sets of squadrons, as I like to build them. Maybe I should have waited for those, but oh well. Okay. I like to build these this way. And I will explain why I like to do this. So, here we go. Flying boats have uh, surface, no, not defense, sea attack, air attack. Mentioned here, they have the best, and I don't know if all of the stats show up there or here, but they have the best spotting ability. And you can see, and I don't know if I'm just not seeing the right thing. Surface defense, strategic, soft attack, transportability. Here, but you can see it. Well, I'm trying to think. No, you can sort of. Well, it's not. You can wait. You can see here. Well, with some of the text. Sorry, I'm not digging it up quickly enough here. They have the best spotting of surface vessels and submarines, where naval bombers have much better sea attack capabilities. So I like to mix them, and then I like to give the long-range fighter escort to them. So, and then I'm attaching to the Flieger command here, and we're going to send you down there. That's why I like to mix them this way. Put that there, attach, and fighter escort. Otherwise, they're fairly weak. Oh, I don't know. Before you take off, see if we can put somebody in charge. Lander who is a fleet destroyer. Got just a moment here. And the reason, as opposed to trying to attach them to a historical HQ, I prefer to do something that I can manage as a single human who's trying to play all this. Did it go? C command here. Well, maybe Berlin is closer. So, nope, not there. There we are. And so that way I can find this stuff. I need to overburden too much, and they're already overburdened. Thank you, Arno. Yes, you scared a lot of them away. I don't know if bots scare, but yeah. Hello, W Wargamer. Oh, in production. Okay, that's how you doing. Yeah, I know somewhere you can see it. So here, surface detection. That's it. There we go. So you can see here, flying boat is 21, where naval bomber is 12. And now, so because I'm trying to use this as a mix between the two to keep things operating better, and a mix. And so you can see using medium bombers, they're only going to have like detection of 8, and light bombers of 7, and close air support of 3. So they're not going to find things out at sea and be able to attack it, but they can attack. And if you're using these guys to fly in and spot, the other forces will join the attack. And good to have you here, W Wargamer. If you're new here, you can, which I haven't seen you before, at least on Twitch, you can hit that follow button. Okay, how is my invasion going? Okay, they are at 70% organization. If I can get 60, if I can keep going on this, I can keep alive here. If the Italians can support me and I can keep the fleet from being sunk. Okay, we take out a long-range submarine there. Variant command and control. We will be moving into 1942 techs generally soon, but I'm trying to catch up on some 41s and 40s. I don't know. Yeah, let's do that. While it's more efficient to research them now. But we are in a naval battle. Okay, well, and thank you for following. Do appreciate it. Looks like we're going to be all right. We have some Italians with us, though we did lose the Emden. Well, if we get Malta, I mean, after we had the entire rest of the Kriegsmarine basically sunk. Come on, guys, take that out. Take that out. Let's make this. Of course, the other problem is even if we get this, we won't have much of a Kriegsmarine. Okay, well, oh, we need to adjust this. There we go. We want to put these guys into production. We'll get someday in 43, we'll get some more battleships. Now, this is actually quite historical what I'm doing here. Of pushing these guys down to the bottom and not producing them. A couple of historical examples. I think it was around 1941, the Graf Zeppelin aircraft carrier, because there are several things called the Graf Zeppelin, including a Zeppelin, was nearly completed. But they wanted more flak guns. So they convinced Hitler to stop production on the Graf Zeppelin, pull the few guns that had been placed on it, and just let it sit there. And they towed it like over to Danzig or wherever, and then maybe later over to Königsberg. It really wasn't properly set up. I mean, I think it had its engines, but just the mere fact that the engines are sitting in it doesn't mean that the whole thing is set up and ready to drive anywhere. And then after the, Pearl Harbor and looking at stuff going out in the Pacific, Hitler, and then, gets convinced to sort of put it back into production, and it's put back into production briefly, and then pulled out of production again because Raider, I guess, is fired, because I don't quite know what happens to him after that. I can look it up, but Donitz is put in charge of the Kriegsmarine with basically not a primary emphasis, I should say, on submarines. And, obviously they're making things like, the Schnellboote, small vessels and other things as well, but reduces the, stops production on surface fleet vessels. And I think even things would be like destroyers, just basically, small units, conversions, and messing around with stuff already in inventory, but no more production, and everything to submarines to try to win the sub war. So that goes in and out of production. There's another, I think it's a heavy cruiser that Germany was building. It had one turret on it, And as part of the greater overall deals, because there's several economic deals, commercial deals going on between Germany and the Soviet Union after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, it gets sold to the Soviet Union with just this one turret on it. I don't know if the other guns or turrets are also sent along. I'm not sure, but they're never installed. It was going to be completed up in Leningrad here. The one turret ends up because it's sitting in dock, being used as a floating artillery battery firing at the German besiegers. So it's never completed. So there is very much a history of starting production on holes, stopping production, starting them back up, and this also happens with some of the major Japanese combatants. So that is very historical, in and out of production with all these things. Why not bomb Malta first of the Stone Age and then take it? Think Italy also sold ships to Russia? I don't know of any. I would be a little surprised. See, even for all of the anti-Soviet propaganda, even when the anti-Comintern Pact is enforced, because technically the anti-Comintern Pact goes away when the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is signed, to the point that once Germany declares war on the Soviet Union, they renew the anti-Comintern Pact with all the former members, plus a few new ones. I think Turkey signs it, and I know Denmark signs it, even though they're sort of an occupied nation, but they signed the anti-Comintern Pact. Don't know under how much pressure versus like, we hate the Soviets too, but whatever. So, but even during that period, there's a lot of German-Soviet commercial activities, including stuff in the military range. That's an interesting story into itself, and I still haven't dug terribly deep into all of it. But I don't know of any real, and I'm not saying there isn't. There's a big difference when I say I don't know versus, I don't think, but I really don't know of any Italian Soviet interaction. Because you got to understand the reasons for this. Up until 1935, there is, I don't know how formal it is, but there is definitely an understood alliance between Britain, France, and Italy as victors in World War I, a general sort of defensive alliance. We definitely see Italy being in a defensive alliance with the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Kingdom of Italy. Italy considers, one, sort of the invasion of Serbia, two, the German invasion of France, as not being a defensive alliance. So they at first stay out of World War I, so they sort of not get into that defensive. I just think they knew they weren't militarily ready to go to war. But they ended up trying to grab, they ended up grabbing, all this territory in here and down along, well, at least some of this. It was Zara they had, and some of this islands down here, not all of it. And they grab up, from Turkey, other things. So as that only breaks down in 1935 over Italy's invasion of Ethiopia. Keep trying to wonder whether I should call it Ethiopia or Abyssinia, but where Germany is a loser in World War I and a shunned nation that has all kinds of restrictions on it militarily. Well, not strictly a loser in World War I, but the Soviet Union is another shunned nation that has very little military contact. So there's in the 20s, under the Weimar, and then still continuing under the National Socialist government, they're to a point that there was like basically a military base. It wouldn't, obviously big as this province, but that might be something in a game like this that destroyer leader apparently. Okay. I didn't know. No, it may have very well. I'm still a little surprised that they said take a class for the USSR was okay. I didn't know the Tashkent class. Thank you for the education, Alexandra. That I did not know the Tashkent class was. I don't even know what the Tashkent. I know Tashkent is a city out here somewhere, but it's not Astrakhan. But maybe it's more out here. I don't know. I did not know that they were built in Italian shipyards. Where is fitting to post a video about in your Discord? You can just do it in the general, in the main top forum. I will watch it some other time. I definitely will. So, but in these game terms, you could easily get the idea of giving a little Germany in the 20s, a province for training purposes here, where they were training a lot of stuff prohibited, testing stuff prohibited by the Versailles Treaty. That basically goes away once the Nazis are in power, basically that they would have their own camp, I believe, but they continue military to military contacts, and all kinds of stuff is commercially done between Germany and the Soviet Union, even though both sides are like going, oh, those other guys over there, they're super evil. Don't you know? They're super evil. We're going to send you and you and you and you and you to Egypt. I think that's it for this. Let's send you down. Because we have a lot of revolt risk around here. Well, actually, let's send you over to here. We'll get more revolt risk over there, so we'll get the revolt risk down. Okay, guys. Panzer divisions. We got some sort of backup. Oh, we're getting some. Whoa, getting some more Italians coming in. Italians are getting serious. Uh-oh, we lost the Cologne. The French pronunciation of the city. Okay, refit old French tanks. Yes, we could give them to our allies. No, I don't need to do that. But we'll take these. Better for us in the game purposes. I really might give them to my allies if my allies were more useful. This here. I originally wanted to make a mod. This was sort of my learning mod that I made, called Hello, based on the old British comedy series Now. I remember when it was being done new. That's how old I am. I originally wanted to do it based on Hogan's Heroes, but they have a proscription in Hoi 4 or Hoi 3 on their forums of making any mods, anything to do with prisoners of war. I don't know if they would have had a problem with a Hogan's Heroes base mod, but so I decided, well, can't do prisoners of war, so I did Hello. And so they're a bit of a joke mod here in there if you want. Obviously, it's not historical. Michelle of the Resistance here orders Renee to hide RAF Flight Lieutenant Fairfax in Carstairs until she can help them escape back to England. They must hide in many strange places around the cafe, often dressed as onion sellers, so the Germans think. I should put in there. Locals need better editing. Many pilots are escaping back to England, so they get an event. There's I forget which one is Carstairs and Fairfax, but yep. So that is a joke. Okay, SS or Norge SS. So we're expanding the Norwegian SS. That's Conrad Henline. They're the collaborationists, the ultra patriotic Norwegian guy. There's Himmler. That's Terboven sort of slouching in with his hat off, his cap off. Um, First, I thought he was just in a regular sort of suit, but no, it's actually a diplomatic suit. This is a. These guys hated each other coming. So I think I don't know if that's lie here. This is lie, I believe. Um, Himmler and Terboven want to organize Norway as part of the Greater Reich, and so they're pushing that. Where did I even say Conrad headline? No, God, why am I saying that? That is somebody in the chat's probably already uh, correcting me. Was playing World in Flames and saw some USSR ships built in Italy. Okay. How we blank on names? No, it's not Conrad. Thing. No, he's in Czechoslovakia. I even say it? Oh, Quisling. Quisling. That's Quisling. Sorry, that's Quisling. Quisling, the ultra Norwegian nationalist. He wants a super strong Norway and independent. So he throws his lot in with the Nazis, but the Nazis aren't going to let him do it. So he has his own sort of political party, but a lot of its members get sucked into the SS. Hello, Mumwaldi, how you doing? So they hate each other with a passion. They come to hate because, like I say, Himmler wants Norway to be part of the Greater Aryan whatever bullshit. And Conrad Headline wants, as an anti-communist, ultra-nationalist, thought the Norwegian government going in the wrong direction. But there they all are together, and we are expanding the SS, which he doesn't like. Doesn't want the SS recruiting there. Okay, introduce catapult aircraft merchantmen. Okay. Capture British supply depot in Tel Aviv. Nice. Okay, Cairo. Nice. Port Said. Nice. It's all sort of showing late. Okay, but I still don't mind the supplies. Okay, here we go. And this is for where Germany historically did. We will get German occupation forces for Greece. Vichy trucks for the Africa Corps between May 28th or 27th and 28th, 1941. Admiral Darlan signed a series of Franco-German protocols regarding future collaboration between the two countries under the terms of the agreement. The French government confirmed its arrangement to deliver 2,000 trucks to the Africa Corps. Okay, interesting. A lot of interesting stuff here with. Okay, well, we've now got very high popularity. Very good. That is just high. SS motorized HQs advance. And again, let's come over here and we'll let those continue. And we also have depth charges developing, which I think is what's pushing that too far into the future. Hedgehog, also a little bit far in the future, but we'll do anti-submarine or anti-or, there's small air, or air research radar. Small vessels, and because we're very high popularity, we can actually do more, and we'll start on frigate classes. Don't know if we'll build frigates or not, but they might be building quicker, better, faster. Okay, well, let's see here. We have had a big hit to our fleet. Fortunately, we will be getting some vessels here. We do have a light cruiser that we haven't launched yet. What we will need is more of these suckers. Let's just go with 6. That's a lot, I know, of ICs. But we'll do that. Let's see how we can do 6 motor torpedo boats. We got some more here. Let's not 6. Let's put in 3 destroyers. Boosts from these coming soon. We can do another light cruiser. 1 light cruiser. So what we're going to do is these battleships below here. keep those two in proper production. We'll see how much that does. Well, we can deploy these, which are mostly fighters, auxiliary vessels. We have enough auxiliary vessels right now, so I don't need more. I think mainly we are worried about this fleet, which, well, it did okay. We did lose some light cruisers, but we can take this. It looks like we're going to take this, guys. It looks like we're going to take Malta. Now that we have the Italians properly reinforcing. Okay, they lost a float plane tender. See, what happens is these units will get orders to invade, and this is part of the problem, I think, with the AI. These units will get orders to invade Malta. They'll go down, they'll invade, they'll lose all their organization, go back to port. And then once it sort of kind of thinks they're organized up just enough, they'll re-invade. And as you can see here, they may have a little bit of, well, I don't know. And so they get sort of stuck in this loop. Which is, okay, we don't, it's like, well, we'll sell you supplies. We lose a customer there. And we'll sell you supplies, certainly. We also have, okay, that's coming down. A little more research. Don't know if we should go back to, oh, we need more spies. Okay, we'll lock that there. We'll do this here. Let's reduce this down just a little bit. Get some more spies. We're almost out. Spies. Oh, hey, we have a bug, or we have a bot here. Or no? Or somebody spamming in on there. Good. So you got to do something there. Okay, well, we lost the Admiral, sure. I was out in the South Atlantic. Okay, oh, good, this is, looks like this is working now. Italy may get Kampfgruppe Graf now. Capture British supplies in Romani. Capture British supplies in Mersa Maruth. These are all popping up, okay. And controlling lands in Serbia. Okay, so what we now have, we can come over here. Let's see, here we go, okay. I guess we can put it under Harris Group South. No, not Harris Group South. They're Harris Group Med Front. There we go. Didn't come attached, but we'll attach that here. That will help us. What I think we're going to do, though, is because this has some, reserves and militia type strength, we're going to send these up to Salonika as occupation forces there. Okay. I think we'll also do the Mediterranean front, though. Maybe we'll. Oh, there you have a Schutzmannschaft thing they set up here. Okay. And militia has our bit of an outbreak here of partisans. Yes, you are mighty there, Arno. What are we doing over here? We don't want to totally ignore other fronts. They're moving to occupy there. They're going to take there. These guys are now fighting here again because they took there. Okay, hopefully that won't shatter. Okay, these guys are. We should be bringing supplies in now. Yes, good. So they should be getting supplies. But what we can do is. Oh, did we? Oh, we moved them over to here. Didn't we? Yes. Fly back over to here. We may steal supplies from the Italians. Do you use fortress busting divisions? I've always hated. Yeah, I hate that too. Now, there is a thread recently put over on the Black Ice Forum about some sort of super force busting division, and I'm sure they're correct. I hate that. What I do have here, and I did use, and you can see, I think I was in one of the earlier episodes here. Let's see if I can find it easily here. Remember his name if I can spot it. I will do something what I consider somewhat historical. And I'll talk about it here. This. Okay, here we go. Okay, now this unit here was created and did fight in taking Liège. I don't know if they fought in Namur, but definitely fought for Brussels, that are between fortified and city fighting. Somewhere over here, we should have a railway cannon, I think. Didn't it get sent over here? Maybe I need to send it over. I thought I did. Gotta be over here somewhere. Okay, yeah, I added this to it, the big Siegfried gun, 300 with 290. So is it in this stack here? Yeah. So what I did, and I've sort of undone some of it, I sort of had heavy artillery. Now, what the Germans would do is have core assets that they would temporarily assign to a division. So this still has its assault gun, the Stugs assigned to it, heavy artillery. Reconnaissance really doesn't help much in the fighting. You can see, it does suppression, but a little bit of soft attack, a little bit of hard attack, but it's not much. It's mostly movement elements, and of course transportation is teeny bit of soft and hard, but it's mostly movement. So what I was doing is I had this, and then I had temporarily assigned, which got removed, just to turn this back into something of a useful division. I may have some sitting around. I think it was, it wasn't Roland Battalion, that wasn't around, but it had one of these special forces and the railway gun attached to it instead of the transportation and the reconnaissance, and it moves basically too slow to move. So you need to move it by I guess we should know that. Okay, this is a different division that has the commandos, but it also had maybe the engineers, the elite light infantry engineers. This is here, and I sort of built this corps with engineer Fort Buster as a corps commander, because his traits will go down. So this is something of a historical idea of taking a regular division, adding support units. So these two units disappear, add specials, use it to strategically redeploy to the province next to it, and then attack. And so I have a few of those, but I hate I think they overdo it. Now, if you're playing Third Reich events, I have reduced the effect of fortifications. Not the numbers of fortifications, but how effective they are in the file that controls it. Now, what I did is approximately, because some of the pillbox is added and these beach defense have been added, but what I did is for the pillbox and the fortresses, put it approximately halfway between the sort of super strong that BI sets them and what it is in vanilla. Okay, so it's about halfway in between as standard. There may be other modifiers in the game, but as standard, they're halfway in between what BICE does and the vanilla game does, because I think it's overdone. But because you do have railway artillery, because you do have other stuff in here, I thought bringing it all the way down to vanilla would be giving too much emphasis to the ability to have the fortresses. So I've remixed it a bit. It's still harder than standard, but not as bad as the black ice. So it will be tough to crack Leningrad and Moscow for sure. Stalingrad isn't that bad, but let's see. Hello, Ragar, how are you doing? Russia is still not invading Ukraine. Yeah, it's calling U.S. people heretics and aside millions recon planes near Norway and near Crimea. Nothing really happens. Yeah. Invasion will come soon. Why else pull tighter? Okay. Well, okay. Yeah, B-Ice has turned into a thing where you used to be historical mod into a maniacal drive min-max. Just happens to have some historical stuff. Yeah, I've tried to give another install, then cause the sound way better. I have to give another install because it sounds way better. Yeah, I'm trying to bring things back more historical. Panzeroo left Hoi 3 modding to do Hoi 4 modding. Then he had serious, and I gather is still having serious internet connection problems. And to my understanding, he's even suing his because they're sort of monopolies with ISPs in Australia, internet service providers. And so I haven't had contact with him, and he turned it over to Oh My God, and he's even left Hoi 4 modding. Oh My God is a min-max player. He did a really good series of him playing in that, now a much older version of Black Ice. And it has become, in my opinion, too much of a... and yeah, we all make mods for the way we play. I do it too. I know I do it. So I'm not going to try to in any way sound that I don't do this. I do it. I know. I've talked about it at various times how I do it. Meaning, and I have events that cover like switching of sides of Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, mostly because my contributors made the events. Now I tweaked them after making them. They're not, strictly what they gave me, but since they made them, yeah, okay. Because normally, the way I play is if Germany is losing, well, I give up because we've lost. It's not like I'm upset and turning the chess or checkers table, over and no, I've lost. Okay, so once I determine I've lost, I don't like fight it out to the end because I think you're just gonna. That's how long until you lose. That's how I view it, and I don't need to do that. So yeah, I do have if things are going super bad on the Eastern Front and they're pushing in here, these nations will switch sides on you, especially after Romania does it, and then some of these others, and so you'll get bad results. But that's only going to happen under, and I went in and took some of the, and I remember all the details of exactly what I did, but I took some of their conditions and I sort of, if the Soviet Union is controlling like back into here and maybe taking some of this, whatever it is, and then, okay, that's enough, yeah, they switch sides. So the event happens and Romania becomes, a Soviet puppet or whatever, and switch the sides. So I do have a few of the stuff that if Germany's losing. So yes, we make mods for what we play. And I get that, I do that too, but I'm trying to do historical. So I have, and I got permission, like they've removed, because they have this really new technology that as you go through these, I should be doing this. I'm going to do that and pop that up to the top. I like to sort of know that mostly what I have done is actually being researched, so I don't spam through a huge number of extra stuff. These now control these, as you do these, will add the ability to add more air wings to a single base. So because we're at 4, this is like a level 1 base here. That it can now support 4 air wings. Well, they remove the events that do have a cost to build air bases around Germany and then later in Poland, because there's too few. And I went in and go, okay, well, I like the new mechanic, but I find that there's too few of air bases. So what I did is I went in and reduced basically all of the air bases that we'll call it spammed in. I mean, again, you're paying for it, but spammed in to half the strength because it will be expanded by this new mechanic. And I reduced the cost approximately half for the events. And I offered it back to the Black Ice team if they wanted to include it. And I got or if you don't, can I get permission to put it in my mod? And D-Safe has been working with me great. He no complaints with DSAFE. Now we may have disagreements over how to interpret World War II into the game, but in which we do, but we're working well together, particularly. It says no, we have no interest in adding it back into the game, the stuff that they did. You can use it in Third Reich events. So now I have, and I don't know the research of just how historical. I'm sure some of them were, probably all of them were, of various air bases around. Some are just expanding. So I try to make with Third Reich events, and with GGA is also doing it, and more strictly with GGA than what I'm doing, is making a historically based game. Because you're not seeing it now so far, but we may see it here very shortly, is some effects of bombing that aren't happening on the map, but are based off of historical, and the idea that since Britain is over here, they're doing bombing raids. Kind of thing. Notice I keep my fighters from going over Britain, because they'll get jumped hard if they do. But so some of the effects is if they're doing nighttime bombing, because the AI won't. So they're added in with GGA. And you have the options. There's a whole long menu. If you're new here, you can go and look at what the options I chose. So I chose not to have some, chose to have most of them. You can choose not to, so you can do that. So very good choice. Okay, well, I think the end of the episode is going to happen now. I want to thank you all for hanging out with me. If you have any questions, tips, suggestions, please post them below. And of course, everyone can hit that like button. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys, we're not going anywhere with the chat. I just wanted to, save this again here. Now we can talk a little bit about Russia. I wanted to sort of get that done. Naval forces wanted training here doing ASW against U.S. subs near Ireland. They did come to join. Well, yes, the weird part happened in the Baltic was Swedish response. Utter paranoia, or Swedish generals wanted to feel important. When you invade the Soviet Union, do a naval landing in Crimea. We're going to see about doing something like that. I don't know if Crimea will be where we do it. Okay. Let's talk about. I'm going to make this as a special episode here. Yes, you have to. Yes, I have an install video talking about all the stuff and how to install it and what you can do. Wargamer. I recommend it. You can talk. And there's also have a video about save game crashes and the instabilities that we're facing once you add GGA and the deworms mods. I'm not sure if it's one or both of those mods that are causing the instability on saving. Black Ice 11.1 is very stable in my opinion. Black Ice 11.1 with TRE and units of the Third Reich is not maybe as stable, but rather stable on save game problems. I only really found that if you've noticed, I've not alt tabbed in and out, and I have a hotkey set up to start and stop the episode, so I'm not having to click out of this thing. Only really becomes unstable for me with TRE is if I'm alt tabbing in and out a lot. If I don't, once it seems to go good. With GGA and or it's the deworms mods haven't quite tested just one without the other. Once you sort of get a stable save, so you normally start, let the clock go a couple hours, see if you can make a save. If it makes it great, good, you can normally keep going. Otherwise, it crashes out. Just restart it. It's not quite save game stable. You can see the video I made on it. It was too stable in the video. I wanted crash to demonstrate it, but it didn't then. So it's if you're willing to put up with it, it's a little better. So yeah, okay. Let's talk about. And I do want to talk about. Let me go to this map. Use this map to talk about Ukraine. Sort of a good time to talk about it. Hello, everyone. This is Gamer 1745, and because I study history and World War II and other things, including like World War I and how major wars start, a lot of people have asked me my opinion, or a few people at least, honestly, but have asked my opinion about what's going on in Ukraine. What do I think of it? Okay, one, of course, I do watch some YouTube videos from people that seem to know what they're talking about, and I do seem to get some fairly good information about what's going on in Ukraine, but I'm not an expert on what's, in minutia, in detail of going on. And that's in there. That's not what we're going to talk about here. We're going to talk about sort of what's going on from a bigger perspective, if you will. Now, the problem with the Ukraine, and trust me, I feel for the Ukrainian people. I feel for them because of the Holodomor and many other tragedies put upon them, including both sides during World War II. The Germans, they're cheered by the Germans get cheered by the Ukrainians when they come in. Hitler has no use for Ukrainians, and once Ukraine is part of the Greater German Reich, without the people there, Mussolini wants to expand the empire, his Italian empire, but he just wants to teach everybody Italian and have them all become new Romans. He's not trying to depopulate, at least as far as I can tell, in any major way. Yeah, they do massacres, like in Addis Ababa, after they, an assassination attempt or something. I mean, I'm not saying they're the good guys or anything like that, but they're not. They just don't have Mussolini's empire, Mussolini's government just is not at its core as evil as the National Socialists or the Communists. They just don't. They just aren't. The estimated political prisoners, I know we're talking about Ukraine, but still, the estimated political prisoners that Mussolini has killed is in the hundreds, not in the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions. It's in the millions that the Nazis do. And you go, oh, well, killing any political prisoner. Well, some of these political prisoners that Mussolini's killing types are literally the mafia type people, so that they're in a mafia. He is very much in a mafia suppression war. This is not saying Mussolini's a good guy. No, he's just not at his core as evil as. And fascism is always talking about, and I'm not a fascist. I don't want fascism. Don't take what I'm saying as anything like that. But you always say fascism is bad. Well, that's because the communists say fascism is bad, and the capitalists say fascism is bad. Yes, but it's not this evil thing that communism is, because communism kills even more people than National Socialism. But National Socialism and communism are at its core evil. But back to Ukraine. So I feel for all of this stuff. Oh, so yeah, they cheer for the Nazis coming in, but the Nazis want to get rid of them. So there's a large collaborationist movement by the Ukrainians in support of the Nazis, but then at the same time it develops a large resistance movement to the Nazis, supported by the communists, and it goes on into years after World War II is over. A guerrilla movement is going on in the Ukraine under Stalinism, suppression, whatever. So I understand why Ukrainians do not want to be ruled by Russians. I also understand, before somebody comes at me, yeah, but most of the people in Crimea are Russian. Well, maybe they can leave, because I think it was Khrushchev gives Crimea to Ukraine, and then it's confirmed on the breakup of the Soviet Union that it's part of Ukraine, so it's part of Ukraine. It's just like the Sudetenland was part of Czechoslovakia, occupied by Germans. Well, it was Czech territory. If they wanted to be Germans, they could have gone to Germany. It's that, yeah, there's justification. Yes, I get it, but it's a Russian invasion of Crimea. It's a Russian invasion of the Donbass region. Whether direct Russian troops or proxy troops, that is going on. Those are facts. You can try to justify that some of these places have, and there are a fair amount of Russian-speaking peoples in various parts of the Ukraine. I will grant you that. I do not know the current ethnic makeup, and however you want to judge it, between Ukrainian and Russian, whether it's genetic or cultural or whatever. But there are Russian-speaking peoples inside of Ukraine. Hitler used that as a justification to invade Austria, to invade Czechoslovakia, to invade Poland, and to do other unspeakable acts. So the mere fact that you have people of your particular ethnic group that may or may not be, hello Eric, hello MMDB, in your region is often used by aggressive powers to justify invasions and wars and other unspeakable acts. So yes, I'm not going to Ukraine and Central Russians have the same. Yeah, Ukrainians and their eastern neighbors are nearly the same culture. Yeah, well, and it depends, if you're looking outside versus in. But the Ukrainians, because of the Holodomor and because all I've talked about, they do not want to be part of Russia. I understand that. It's sort of like, look at Canadians. What defines a Canadian? I mean, literally, what defines a Canadian? They have Thanksgiving. We have Thanksgiving. They celebrate theirs on a different day. They have Thanksgiving because it comes from, the colonies back there. And when they left the United States after it became independent and went to Canada, they continued their Thanksgiving holiday tradition that they formed in the colonies. What defines Canada is they're not Americans. I mean, obviously they're Americans in that they're part of, Mexicans are Americans, Brazilians are Americans. We're all Americans, North and South America. We're Americans. But yeah, we get this United States of America, we call citizens American, but they're not members of the United States citizens. That's what basically defines Canadians, because I've known a bunch of Canadians that live down here, and at times you don't even tell that they're Canadians. So yeah, but Canada does not want to be part of the United States. Okay. If we invaded and treat them like the rest of America, they'd eventually probably forget, in a few generations, forget they're Canadians. Well, Ukrainians do not, for whatever reason, do not want to be Russians. And like I say, there's historical reasoning to do so. And they, even before the Holodomor, there were a lot of Ukrainian, it goes back forever, but there's lots, during the Russian Civil War, the big problem, one of the reasons I believe the whites lose the Russian Civil War is that their entire insistence upon that, no, we're going to reform the Russian Empire and it's going to have the exact same goddamn boundaries. We're not going to recognize ideas of like Finland or the Baltic states or Ukraine as an independent entity. But the Ukrainians who wanted independence weren't willing to ally with the whites because they knew the whites ultimately stated, no, well, once we're done suppressing the Bolsheviks, we're going to move our armies on top of you and suppress you. As opposed to like, well, yeah, we'll have, the idea of we'll have 2/3 of Russia, the old Russian Empire, and we'll lose 1/3. To independence movements. They weren't willing to do that deal. That, I think, is one of the, there's other reasons, but one of the reasons, it's going back to, or one of the reasons the whites lose the Russian Civil War. And there are other reasons too, I know. Okay, so the Ukrainians do not want to be part of Russia. So what is Putin doing? And what are the dangers of? Do I want to send American soldiers, and we'll get into some of the stuff, to defend Ukraine? No, I don't. But here's the problem. Here's the serious problem is, once you draw that line in the sand, you better fucking mean it. Or don't draw the line in the sand. It's as simple as that. Because when Britain and France had an alliance with Czechoslovakia that was a defensive alliance, and when they're making a phone call, Chamberlain is making a phone call, and I'm sure the Germans were listening in, telling the Czech, was it Hosda or Bernays? I forget which one he was calling. I think one was the premier and one was the president. I don't know. But Hosda and Bernays. I'm sure I'm butchering the pronunciation because I mostly just read these names. Making the phone call, telling, nope, just give in. Give in on the Sudetenland. We're not going to fight for you. That, Britain's not going to fight. And basically that means France isn't going to fight without Britain. And so, yeah, our advice is just to give in on it. So the Czechs like, shit, we just lost our alliance. And then they had it. And then, of course, when Britain and France does nothing, when Germany invades and takes the rest of Czechoslovakia and then sets up Slovakia and lets the Hungarians had sort of already grabbed more or less this. And they get a little bit more with that, but then they later grab this region out over here as part of after the breakup of Czechoslovakia, because this is actually sort of an independence movement of Carpathian independence movement out here that briefly lasts, but Romania or Hungary just ends up taking the territory. They do nothing. I mean, they don't even like put economic sanctions of any real amount on Germany, and so Hitler thinks that once Poland and France and Britain signed defensive treaties, that Britain and France are not going to honor them. So Hitler starts World War II. Hitler doesn't want to start World War II. Isn't Hitler also no, or Putin? No, I don't think so. I don't think he's cognitive, because you can look at Trump. Trump is not cognitively failing. He's not. You can really look at him. I don't think Hillary Clinton is cognitively failing. She's up in those ages, and she seems, whenever I hear her speak, she seems smart as a tack. She seems with it. Biden, no. Biden is not. Anyone who really watches clips that the news media edits out, but really watches a press conference with him, he's fading, guys. So yeah, I think Putin is fine. This isn't Madman Putin, okay? And it was sort of gambler Hitler that he wants a war. Hitler wanted a war with Czechoslovakia, didn't get it and upset. But he didn't want a war with France or Britain. He wanted a war with Poland, again, not with France or Britain, and definitely not with the Soviet Union. Definitely not. That's why the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. It's only like 2 weeks after the pact is signed, they're invading Poland together. So he doesn't want a war with the Soviet Union. So this is what I'm afraid is going to happen, is that we draw these lines in the sand. And again, I know I've talked about this. First, Putin is pushing in Georgia. There's pushback by Bush the Younger. I think it was Bush the Younger. And so he retreats out of it mostly from that. Then under Obama, they take Crimea and start the Donbass shit. Under Trump, he doesn't make any more new moves, because even before Trump comes in, he's already starting to push at the Baltic states with his little green men, as they're called, sort of supposedly freedom fighters, basically Russian military soldiers volunteering to go do these operations, carrying no, documents, wearing no official uniforms. But under Trump, he pulls back from pushing in the Baltic states and doesn't push any harder in Ukraine. Yeah, there's still the fighting going on in the Donbass region in this area here, but no new pushing. Okay, let's see. Ukrainian foreign minister was in Denmark last week. He said Ukraine had more in common with Denmark than Russia because old marriage relations in the Middle Ages and for Viking connections. But of course, he was just trying to charm people. Absolutely. Was it okay? Oh, Putin was in the KGB. I don't think he was any sort of leader of it. I think it looks like a photo of him. I forget, was it when Reagan was visiting or when somebody was visiting? You see him in the background. No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know of a credible source saying he has Parkinson's. I'm not saying there's somebody who didn't say that, but I don't know of one. Russian Marines. Yeah, Russian volunteers. I want to stick it because I don't know if they're Marines or they're Spetsnaz or whatever the current version of it, or whether they're just sort of regular army soldiers that are officially left service and they have records of them leaving, Russian military service, and and then they're showing up 2 weeks later in a uniform without any patches, just a green uniform without any patches, carrying no IDs, but they're called little green men. I don't know all their sources. Yeah, FSB, when Putin took charge, I think, yeah, FSB as the, replacement for the KGB, basically. I actually heard before, U.S. military politicians heavily trying to invest themselves, then the two areas exploded. Very well could be. There's proof soldiers with same equipment as Marines. So yeah, I'm not arguing. I just don't know, Beam Slam, the extent, and Russian Marines sounds likely. But I don't know if it's just Russian Marines. I don't know, in the Baltics, because I do know that there was some action in the Baltics, as well as, of course, down in the Donbass. I just don't know quite the extent. Can't keep the only, yeah, GRU, KGB, FSB. Yeah, ultimately, I think basically the same sort of thing that just sort of morphs over time. Okay, so, Putin doesn't spend all this money for no reason, and he's spending money by marshaling his forces along the border. That's costing them money. Trust me, it's costing them a lot of money. And they don't do it in winter just as a big exercise. So Putin has to have goals. Okay, so he has a plan and he has goals. I don't know what the goals are, but I would believe it's to grab up, because here is Kiev, I believe. Yes, Kiev, we can see on the map here. I believe it is to grab up sort of the land below whatever river that, oh, do we have the river names on? No, we don't. Why don't we have the river names on? We don't have river names on. There we go. Oh, I like using this map. The Dnieper. I think he wants to grab up this land south of the Dnieper. Maybe not quite to Kiev. I'm not saying he wouldn't take it if he could get it, but somewhere probably along here and sort of eastern Ukraine, and connect the here to the Black Sea. Maybe leave Odessa to Ukraine. I really don't think. Again, they were trying to have a puppet state, like they have a puppet state in Belarus. Okay, Belarus. That's a puppet. That's a Russian puppet state. They were trying to have that in Ukraine. I think they were willing long term to let it remain a puppet state, but it needed to be a Russian puppet state. When the Ukrainian Revolution happened, and threw out the Russia's puppet guy, I forget his name, that upset the plans. Yeah, I don't think it's strictly over physical living space land. I don't think it's that. I think it's strategical positioning. So I think Putin would love to force a change of government and put a puppet government in. I don't, but what he's, there's like what's good for Russia in the next 100, plan for the next 100 years, and there's what he's doing this year. Okay, those are two different, time scales and plans. I don't think he is planning to try to take over all of Ukraine. I think he is trying to do one of two things. You know, like, well, he wants to get this land, I think. I don't think that's really, I don't think anybody would dispute, because why is he pushing into Donbass down here in Mariupol? Well, because they got Ukraine and they built this bridge over here to sort of give some sort of land bridge. They want a connection to the Ukraine. That just is, to me, obvious. That's what they want. So I think if they thought Ukraine was going to be isolated enough and there wasn't going to be too much international reaction to it, I think they were going to invade and take the territory. If there's a lot of international, which there's turning out to be, reaction to it, I think they're pushing for a political diplomatic settlement, an acknowledgement, you know, try to get greater Donbass, or whatever we call it, maybe all the way down here, to have Ukraine to give it up as a treaty thing. You know, avoid war, sign a Munich conference type agreement that actually has Ukraine, as, unlike the original Munich, that didn't have, Czechoslovakia wasn't invited. Well, Ukraine wasn't invited to the meeting that Germany had with the Russians earlier this week. So sign an agreement, and that would force the Ukrainians to follow along, whether they were actually a signer of it, that would recognize Russian territory in what we'll call the Greater Donbass. Now, how big would that be? I don't know, but that's what I think he wants to do. What? Takes defensive batteries and tries to hold on. So he changes it, charges in, and takes. Well, what he's trying to do is, I don't know if charges in and takes it, is to go in and what you do. The way you do this is you come in with your army. I'm trying to picture it from the Russian side. You come in and you smash the Ukrainian army. You conquer. You take a bunch of territory, and then you go, hey guys, we just were looking out for the ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine. Well, if you just recognize this new border, here's the map, sign below, we'll withdraw from Kiev. They'll offer to give up territory that they possess. So if they grab up like half of Ukraine, of the half of Ukraine, we'll give half of it back. We only want to keep half of it. We don't want all of this. And the government, whose army has been smashed, who, if they don't have any new weapons coming in, is going to go, look, guys, we could continue some sort of long-term guerrilla war and have large numbers of Ukrainians die, or we could sign a peace agreement, evacuate Ukrainians from this region, and build our new army up in our territory that we have. That's what they're trying to do, I think. Okay, and so if it's just that, I don't want to send U.S. soldiers over this, quite honestly, because that can expand theoretically into a global nuclear war. Okay, that is, about to mean the Soviets had an alliance of some sort with Czechoslovakia, and they weren't invited. Yeah, there was some diplomatic stuff, but but remember, the Soviets, at the time, there was still Poland in the way. And there was, some idea of assistance, but Poland was, no to any Soviets coming across their territory. So there was some sort of Soviet thing over Czechoslovakia, and I'd have to look into that to remember whatever the details, but you're right, I know it existed. Soviets of some sort. And I don't know whether we call it alliance or just a mutual assistance treaty agreement or something, as opposed to a big alliance. It was something like that. As I understand, large percent of Ukrainian government is certain persuasion. This should be interesting. Yeah, there's definitely, neo-Nazi type movements in Ukraine, which I find interesting because, of course, the Nazis wanted to eliminate the Ukrainians. So, yeah, Poland didn't want to allow Russia to. Yeah, absolutely. Poland was no to that. Yeah, and so it wasn't going to be of any real practical use. It was more of a feel good kind of thing. And they might have, had, because the Soviet Union had a fair amount of transport planes, they might have flown in a bunch of, weapons or something, and 500 Soviet volunteers or something, if there was actual real fighting and they could get there in time. But it wasn't going to be a substantial event. So obviously this could explode into a bigger problem. See, that's the problem. Where when Napoleon is marching the French Revolutionary Army, when he's still just a general and he's not in charge of France yet, marching his Revolutionary Army into Italy, he's not thinking someday I'm going to be taking my army to Moscow. He's not, where's Smolensk? Moscow. He's not even thinking in those terms. It's his army, his ambitions keep growing and growing as the French Empire and things. So where do the ambitions stop with Putin? Do they stop at the old Soviet borders? Do they stop at the Warsaw Pact borders, setting up puppet states? Where do they stop? Where if you give in here, where does it stop? And so this gets me into, I think America should be deploying a few not what they should do is very quickly schedule with the Ukrainians, hey, we're going to schedule a joint training exercise between three battalions of tanks and Bradleys and somewhere in Ukraine alongside Ukrainian forces in 2 weeks. And go shit. If you're going to actually invade Ukraine, you're going to maybe bumping into U.S. forces. And this is not to defend Ukraine. This is not because the Ukrainians are good guys. Because yes, I know there's wackos in Ukraine. Part of it, not all of it. Part of it is because of radicalization within Ukraine. When you get these kinds of pressures, you get people moving to radical parties because they feel they need radical solutions. So let's see, a single U.S. dollar, not a single U.S. life. I get that, but I thought it was because Russia was breaking their treaty trading with England. I've seen proposal should stop expanding and they should move troops to. Well, NATO is a defensive alliance, and they have rejected Ukrainian membership in it, but they do have Baltic state membership, and I think Sweden and Finland are considering joining NATO now. And since we already have, Estonia, why not get, Finland in NATO? And I get the long-term perspective that what if, NATO, if Ukraine does join NATO and a new, not maybe Jewish-hating peoples, but a new extremist, expansionist EU type government happens and they sort of functionally take over NATO and they become aggressive against Russia and want to move in. But my opinion is Putin wants to push back into the old Warsaw Pact. He is the aggressor here, not NATO. But I don't think Putin's government is terribly stable. And partially I say this is because of his killing and imprisoning people that just speak out against him. He's afraid of these people, as opposed to like a yammer. Okay, you want to go exile yourself to Britain and yammer how terrible I am. Fine, go ahead and do it. But no, he sends assassins out to kill these people, or somebody's sending assassins out to kill them, whether it's Putin or just some other guy in the FSB or whatever is doing it. So he's doing it because he feels threatened by political internal stability. So I think he's to a point using all of this to get nationalistic support. But if his government isn't very stable, then you very well a setback here, too big of a setback, could cause his government to collapse. That's different than the Soviet Union, or not Soviet Union, Russia collapsing. But I'm just talking about like the oligarchs going, shit, Putin is pushing this too goddamn far. We've got to get rid of him. Oh, get Medvedev. We have trouble pronouncing it in the West. Medvedev, or however you pronounce it, Medvedev. I know who he is. I just can't pronounce his name. Sorry. Who was, Putin's puppet in Russia for a while. We're going to put him as our figurehead, and we're going to do a coup against Putin. I think that could happen if things become too unstable. I'm not saying it's not going to happen tomorrow with current situation. I'm saying that if he pushes into Ukraine and it don't go well, whatever that means, it doesn't go well. There's like U.S. airstrikes on Russian forces that are just, say, inside, because we do have a carrier sitting down here that could, I don't know their operational distance, because I know they can sit out here and fly over Afghanistan, but that, and this map isn't 100% accurate, but they're sitting down here. And I know there's supposedly treaties that carriers won't go through Turkey, but is Turkey really going to shoot at our carriers as it goes by? Nah, I don't know. Because the treaty is just, because there have been U.S. naval vessels in the Black Sea. It's just carriers aren't supposed to go in, my understanding is, but we'll just violate that treaty. And again, what is Turkey going to do about it? Do they really want to shoot at us, or just have a police boat go out in the ocean? No, stop! As the carrier keeps going by, so they're not going to. Trust me, they're not going to stop a determined U.S. carrier from going by. Though, does the U.S. want to have a carrier being a target in the Black Sea? Probably not. What they would rather do is just have a somewhere in Romania, which is NATO, a refueling stop. So you get loaded with weapons and fuel, the aircraft flies up here, stops, refuel, flies over here, does the airstrike, flies back, gets reloaded, flies back to the carrier, gets reloaded, and keeps rinsing and repeating that way. And so operating and doing maintenance and whatever from the carrier while it operates aircraft up there. Hello, Lord Guinness, how you doing? And hello, Dogs, 2018, how you doing? Not catching all this. Turkey's sort of in NATO, but they've been excluded from stuff. They're not very much in NATO anymore, I would say. There's a lot of secrets being kept from Turkey, partially because of their association with Putin, and partially their association with some other not terribly nice people in the Middle East. So America says stop to Nord Stream 2, then pisses off France by swapping subcontractors with Australia. Yeah, that did piss off the French. But then they say yes to Nord Stream 2, so under Biden. So if Biden hadn't said yes to Nord Stream 2 through the Baltic, I don't think this would be happening, because the main connections, my understanding, run through to the Western Europe. So, see, this is the thing. It's always been that Ukrainians could shut off fuel to Germany and other places. So if the Russians invaded, and to the point they get shut off, and then they could blow it up enough that even if the Russians, say Soviets, the Russians win, but it's still shut down. So that's why they're trying to do the Nord Stream 2 as an alternative path. So my worry is that that if the West does nothing, I think Russia military pushes in. And then where's next? Is it Ukraine too? It's sort of like Sudetenland, and then the rest of Czechoslovakia. Is this going to be, Crimea, Donbass, Eastern Ukraine, Western Ukraine? Then we organize I'm forgetting what is this sort of weird semi-recognized, semi-unrecognized, whatever state that's here. And since Russia still has this little bit of East Prussia up here, are they going to push into Ukraine? Where does it stop? Where do you draw the line? You know, where does Beam Slam draw the line that he thinks Danish troops should be sent? Is it over Poland, you know, to defend Warsaw? Is it Berlin? Is it Copenhagen? You know, when does Beam Slam say that you should put in Danish troops? And yes, Beam Slam, maybe still in the reserves. I know he's been in the army there. Where does Arno say you deploy Dutch troops? Do you deploy them over Kiev? Do you deploy them over Warsaw? Berlin? You know? Amsterdam? He might let Amsterdam go, but he won't let Rotterdam go. He's for sure by deploying troops by the time they get to Rotterdam. Honestly, the best and most needed thing that they need is aircraft. The U.S. sent a few. Well, they're going to use the F-35s probably now, but I don't know if they would send in Air Force stuff. They might use. They're probably not going to base too much. I mean, they may do refueling stops, but I don't know. They would probably base them in Romania, some Air Force. Because that's still in NATO. B-2s, those will probably be back in, Rheinstadt or whatever, the American Air Base in Germany, and fly out of there. Yeah, and then we just lost one into literally. I don't understand. We gave a pilot a COVID shot, and he went off flying. Now, it's just like a day or two later. I mean, he got the COVID shot. A day or two later, he goes flying, and he feels wonky trying to come into the carrier, and he, oops, and spills. That's my understanding. It's over a COVID shot. Whether you like COVID shots or not, you gave him a COVID booster or whatever. He went flying, and oops, there goes a however many $billion F-35 into the South China Sea, and we're racing the Chinese to recover it, and we're racing the Russians to recover a British F-35 down in this area here. So yeah, we're racing to get two F-35s back. One to keep it out of Russian hands, the other one to keep it out of Chinese hands. So yeah, oops. Here we go. The Treaty of Tilsit-Napoleon says Russia started to violate the blockade on England. Yeah, and so this all goes. I mean, yeah, literally, it's, you know, you can go back, and I know the Treaty of Tilsit, which was on a barge, though somehow there was maybe a spy there in the middle of the river here. Yeah, I know these stories. I mean, I don't know the details of the Treaty of Tilsit and whatever verbal that was said, though there's some reports of some of that I have read years and years about. I read a lot of, some of it was bad, but most of it was good, as not just well written, but good as in proper historical fiction, meaning cover the big history correctly but inserting a few, you know, unhistorical characters, and then of course creating a lot of you know, what people said to each other and things, you know. So it was fiction, but the history itself overall was good. And years ago, Napoleonic era, both sailing and a lot of it like the Sharp novels by Bernard Cornwell years ago. And so yeah, I know about the Treaty of Tilsit and Napoleon and Tsar Alexander the First, and yeah, you know, so I mean, it's that kind of thing. And so that's what I'm worried about happening, is you've got to say no to Putin, and Putin needs to know that you mean no. Because if you don't say that, why does he stop? And then when he gets too old, why does Putin number 2, whatever that's going to be? Yeah, it could be a Yeltsin type figure who like, hey, yeah, we're not going to do any more crazy expansions. We're just going to try to get our own house in order. I mean, yeah, Yeltsin was a drunk, but so was Churchill. You know, I think Yeltsin really tried to guide the Soviet Union into becoming Russia without trying to be a world-conquering superpower. I evaded the RNA vaccine for exactly this reason. Yeah, well, there's problems with them all. I don't know, and I'm not going to go in here because of YouTube and whatnot. And this will only embolden China. Absolutely. And there's a lot of people talking that if the war breaks out and the U.S. gets involved with it, they're going to then create, or they're going to then invade Taiwan. But right now, to my knowledge, of the supercarriers, we're not talking about amphibious assault vessels, which may also carry F-35s because it's a VSTOL aircraft and flown by Marines in that configuration, I believe, primarily. Maybe exclusively, I don't know, for the U.S. But of the, and this was a week or so or two ago, I saw a report that of the 4 supercarriers currently operating, because we rotate them in and out, we have aircraft carriers that have no crew on board and they are being serviced back, during, they have contractors, and I don't mean like mercenaries, I mean like dockyard personnel going through and doing certain deep servicing, refitting the carrier, and the crew sort of has time off or whatever, and then the crew comes back and they get trained up. So you have some that no crew, then you have some that crew is getting trained back up on, maybe doing short cruises off, U.S. coastal kind of thing, getting back ready. And so that's like 1/3 in deep, not available, 1/3 maybe quickly available, and 1/3 operational is generally how it sort of goes. I know a little more of that on the submarine. But of the 4 operational supercarriers, 3 of them were here, in this part of the world, and one of them was heading for the Indian Ocean, but ended up stopping being here. So we still have 3 carriers facing off China over Taiwan and the Philippines particularly. So, yeah, we are still looking at all of this. So this is giving up armor and going to island hopping routes. Yeah, sort of. I like I've said before, I think they should have kept a company or 2 of armor. I think I understand why they didn't, is because they gave up, because a friend of mine was actually in the Marine Corps armor years ago, driving M60 tanks and 29 Palms right out here. That if they, I think because they had a whole training program for the armor, I think what they should have done, because you can use those tanks not as like armored battalions, like we think in the Blitzkrieg, but just as in, like sort of the French did, and as like platoon strength naval landing fire support vehicles. So like just as a platoon strength unit. What I think they should have done is just made a deal with the Army that, yeah, we'll send some of our people out to Fort Knox, because that's our main armored training center, I believe. It's one of them. And I know they have the other. It's not 20. It's out here. We do have the OPFOR training. I'm blanking on the name. It's more out here. But that's, that's for bigger units. But I'm talking a basic training. I just have some Marines show up and get some, how to drive lessons and that kind of stuff from the Army, and use Army support for it, and just keep a company or 2. But I do support giving up the whole battalions. They don't need those. It takes them away from their proper amphibious role, in my opinion. Turns them too much into an armor or into an Army unit. Oh, I agree. Mass armor. Yeah, well, mass armor is still useful if, in my opinion, we'll see maybe coming up, if you're talking of large enough units in the right terrain, Ukraine, divisions, Ukraine, yeah. Right, NATO aircraft would have a very difficult operating in Ukraine as Russia. Likely superior in air and air defense systems is almost in their own backyard. Okay, I don't know. And I came over here to look at this part of the world specifically. We have had a long tradition, at least going back to the 70s and maybe into the 60s really, of proxy wars between NATO and Warsaw Pact weapon systems. But I do know that often, but not always I think, but often each side not having the latest and newest equipment. And mostly we've seen the NATO weapon systems flown by Israelis or driven by Israelis being far superior. Now, there are differences between Arab armies and Warsaw Pact armies for sure. But we definitely see most of the Warsaw Pact armies being mass armies with low levels of training as well. And there's exceptions, I should say, to that. But I'm saying mostly. So don't this unit or that unit. Yeah, I know there were some highly trained Soviet personnel and some rather good East German units, I believe, but mostly they weren't that. I don't know, and then I see the U.S., especially the first Gulf War, when Iraq had its best equipment. That we, at 23 Easting, the battle there, if you want to look that up, there's a nice documentary done on it, and how the U.S. Abrams just cleans the clock of the Iraqi armor. Now, it's the best U.S. armor available at the time against probably, I'm pretty sure not the best Russian armor available at the time. And you have, like, I know the few handfuls of, like, Armata, however you pronounce it, tanks. What is it, the T-14 or something, I forget. Yeah, but there's just a few of those, and they're still mostly using T-80s and T-72s. And yeah, they have better fire control systems supposedly, and better this and better that. And I'm not doubting they're better this and better than that than what Iraq had in the first Gulf War or whatever. But I don't know that the U.S. vehicles are going to do so much more poorly against the Russians. We'll see if it happens. Their platforms invaded. I mean, their defense platforms are good training. Yeah, but they can't interdict the entire battle space. Well, see, now the battle space is very big. That's very true. Russia's no longer using outdated tactics. Well, okay, I don't know what tactics they're going to use, and we don't know how. Look, I've not been in the military. I have gone through Army Reserve officer training way back in my university days, so I have some little bit of familiarity with it. But I've also, I'm not going to go too deep into it, but involved in other things after that, but years ago now. And just trying, and some of this, I've done some I've been in charge of some training stuff. Trying to keep people just from shooting them, friendlies, how to move through buildings. And I'm not saying like anything there were any close calls, but trying to, not have muzzles pointed at each other with firearms. How to move quickly into buildings, including looking at police SWAT teams, okay? I'm not talking about just a bunch of, random civilians, though that was sometimes stuff I was involved in some training stuff years ago. But also looking, some viewed by me in some videos, private videos that I was shown. This is and I actually was given private videos of some SWAT teams training, and we were looking at, they're not very good. They're almost shooting each other, kind of thing. How well the Russian soldier is trained versus how well the American soldier is trained. I don't know. The Americans, because I'm looking at all the stuff, the battles in Iraq and the battles in Afghanistan, the American soldiers have a very high level of training right now. I just don't think the Russians do. Now, we'll find out if they engage each other. But it goes back to things like during part of the Iraq situation is when we had a lot of forces there, when we still have a few there now, but around one of the Marine Corps operating areas, there was a serious investigation that they launched because there were so many Iraqis because they would like do reports on all the dead Iraqis that the insurgents or whatever you want to call them, and so they were shot in the head. 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 So they did a serious, in-depth investigation to see if the Marines were executing these people after being captured. Turns out the Marine Corps, the guys were just poking their heads out the windows kind of thing, and the Marines were just shooting them in the head. Okay? I don't think the Russians, the average Russian soldiers, and these weren't like just the few snipers. These were just your average Marines doing so many headshots. I don't think the Russians even train with that idea in mind. Yeah, ACOG at 300 meters. I don't, because I still think they're to a point spray and pray and firepower suppression. Now, they may not be doing the Soviet wave tactics of the 1980s. I'm not saying that they haven't upgraded since then. I'm not saying that they're trying to do Iraqi tactics of, you know, the 90s or whatever. I'm not, because I don't know, but, and I presume, because, and I do know there are better well-trained units within the Russian system, you know, highly trained, but how many of them are there of those? And those would be effective, in my opinion, against something like the Ukrainians. But you bump into the U.S., you bump into a U.S. Abrams battalion. After what I saw at 23 Easting, where, yeah, the tank drives through the storm, and, you know, through the sandstorm and comes to the other side, going to sort of scout, and oh shit, there's like 40 targets, and I'm alone. Boom, 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 boom. Turn around and drive back. Yeah, I just wiped out, you know, half a company or a company of Iraqi armor. And oh, they weren't even able to hit me because, well, no, their weapon system was set up for the range maybe, but they weren't trained on it well enough to do it. Okay. Now, I'm not saying the Russians are going to be that bad, but when we've got a couple of companies of Abrams showing up against a couple of companies of them, okay, we might lose a few tanks. I'm not saying it's going to be, you know, only, you know, basically the Iraqi war, it was mostly just losses to friendly fire. So I don't think it's going to be as one-sided as it was against Iraq. I'm talking the first, when Iraq was still, before all the sanctions degraded their forces, the first invasion. I think the training levels are going to be surprising. Yeah, but they're retraining up. I know those guys, but they're keeping the training. Russian infantry have actually modernized massively, and they finally have optics on pretty much all their weapons. Okay, yeah, but no. Okay, well, the Russian army is a big thing as far as I know. And I'm not an expert on it. But do they do most, or you see, you know, how far deep is this? Because I'm not saying that there aren't well-trained units, but how many of the well-trained units? Russia doesn't have the money to train units up very much. They just don't have the money. They train up a few. CBU, any sensor phase weapon. I never get it in a tank. Okay, don't know that weapon. And so it's not whether do I think there's good units, it's how many of them are there. And I just don't think they have the training levels. I really, you know, not of a few units, yes, but a deep bench of well-trained units. And part of it, I'm looking at what happened at, you know, Georgia. Yeah, they smashed into Georgia, and I know that was some years ago now. But Georgia was a pretty pathetic little army itself. So, and how much trouble they're still having over what the Muslim state down here, the separatists, whatever it's called. Oh God, I'm blanking on the name. That they're still having troubles. Second-class active troops, but they have rapidly up. Okay, and I'm not saying they haven't upgraded their game, but so is the U.S. And you know, I think the U.S. is going to win an engagement, but I do recognize that we have not seen a sizable first-rate Russian force engage anybody of any size. And I'm not saying that the U.S. is like, ooh, better than Germany or better than the British. No, I'm not trying to say that at all. It's not like the U.S. is above everybody else. But, and we talk about air power. I know the Russians have some very good missile systems. And I talk systems, I put that in. It's not just the missile, it's the whole missile system. But I also know the U.S. has spent massive amounts of money on developing the F-35 just because of that. Yes, maybe you spend huge amounts of money and you go, oh shit, they have something that will counter our thing too easily. That very well could be. I don't know. We won't know unless they actually come. Chechnya, yeah, that's it. Sorry, thank you. Chechnya, that's what I was thinking. Georgia had 10,000 men, most reservists, yes. Only 200 conscript first few days of the war. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but I also look at the quality of what I saw of the way that it was operating from the videos. I can also say from first, the U.S. training isn't massively great either. The difference is that we can throw a ton of money at our problems. Yes. Well, see, that's part of it's a budget for training, because back in the 90s when my cousin was in the army and in, I don't remember what tank division, but to go training at, I think it was at Fort Knox where he was doing this training, to go training, to do target practice for their Abrams, what they would do is, because it's a big complex, they would have the tank transport trucks pull up. They would drive the Abrams up onto the trucks, secure, have to, put the chains and do all the, hooking down to secure those trucks. Those tanks in the back of the trucks, like you would normally move it from base to base, big road movement. But they would put them on the trucks, drive the trucks to the firing range, offload the Abrams, do their firing drills, load the tanks back up onto the trucks, drive the trucks back to the storage depot, drive the tanks off the trucks. Why? They didn't have money for the goddamn fuel to drive the tanks from the storage where they stored the tanks to the range on the same base. Because it takes a lot more fuel to drive the tank itself than it is to drive the diesel truck to get it there and back. So they didn't have the money to drive the tank. This is back in the 90s under Clinton and the post-Cold War era phase. They didn't have the money to do that. Yeah, and I'm not. Yeah, it's 5 gallons to the mile, and whether they use, because Abrams can run anything. They can run on diesel fuel as far as I know, just not as well as on other things. And so, yeah, it may have been like a 2 or 3 mile, but plus you got to get that engine started up. But obviously, well, they may not have even been starting the engine. They may have just simply been putting it in neutral and using the winch to draw them up onto because it takes a lot of fuel just to start the damn engine. So they may have just, because he said they moved them by truck just on the same base. And it was like a few miles on the base. It's not like they were right next to each other, but it was on the same base that they had to move it around. Because your military still has money to do fire drills, even if they don't have fuel, then... Oh, well, but you see, they had ammo. They had... So you got to understand, they had practice rounds, because these are, blue-painted practice rounds, okay? And, and they, so they had, warehouses full of practice rounds, but they didn't have money for fuel. So maybe they didn't start the vehicle. They just used the tow, put the vehicle in neutral and used the tow wrench or something, winch to pull it up on the trucks and then dump them on the range and move them off. But they had the practice ammo to shoot up, and they didn't shoot it a lot. And it's different than actual war ammo. This is back in the 90s. So yeah, they didn't have money to buy fuel. I mean, they had fuel, but they had to have the fuel in case there was a problem. We got to deploy, got to go. So they had to have a reserve of fuel, but they're not going to use those practice rounds if they get deployed somewhere, to go do something. But so they had to keep, a fair amount of fuel. And of course, if you're going to be deploying to someplace like Iraq, this wasn't, he didn't go to, he wasn't in any of the wars, but they could always just buy more fuel. I mean, it's hard. You can't just always buy more ammo. You have to have it made. So they were making, they had real rounds, to shoot in war, and they had practice rounds. But they had a warehouse full of practice rounds, and you're going to shoot them up. And if you run out, well, you run out, and then Congress just has to spend more money to get more of them. But so it's that kind of thing. So it's a turbine, yes. So yeah, they do have to drive them. Okay, they have to drive them up, which pull them up on 7 tons. Yeah, so they had to drive them up, but it was just cheaper. He was saying to move them by truck, and this is he was in it. I'm believing his stories. He wasn't trying to bullshit me. Ammo has a shelf life. Yeah, there is a shelf life to ammo. I don't know for the Abrams ammo. Is in a Cobra squadron. Never mess with the tanks. Got to kind of remember how the Russians tried to me the AD and use the turbine and tried to make the turbine efficient as a diesel. Yeah. So yeah, and so yeah, so that there was budgetary problems, and this was again under Clinton in the 90s, and I understand to a point, what was going on in the 90s. So yeah, I still think NATO and the forces that they would deploy, the first element, I think they're going to win. I'm not saying they're not going to take casualties, but I think they're going to win. And like I say, always notice my language, because I'm not saying I'm sure we're going to win. I'm saying I think we will, because we haven't done that. So again, back to it. So because we've drawn this line in the sand over Ukraine, over the time, cost savings and maintenance as well. Oh, well, there's also the, how much road time you put on tracks, on transmissions, on whatever, driving them around the base versus loading them onto the back of a flatbed thing, their tank carriers, and moving them around. And not to say they didn't drive the tanks, they did, but this was just to do target practice. They'd move them to their target range on the back of trucks, and then get them back on the back of trucks. Hello, Sebastian. Russia needs new victories. The rubles have been flying since the siege of Crimea. Yeah. Why we didn't do this with the not AAVs. Not getting that acronym right offhand. Maybe I know it by something else. But yeah, so, and again, I know I think it was last week I talked about this too. What I would do as NATO, as the US, or whatever, I would spell out exactly what we would do. Say something like, we will not deploy troops to Ukraine, NATO. We will send weapons to Ukraine, to NATO. Or NATO weapons to Ukraine. Maybe even say we will fly air operations over Ukrainian territory against any aggressor inside of Ukrainian territory, as well as target any sites, anti-aircraft sites that are targeting our aircraft. Meaning you can't just stick them like 1 mile outside of Ukrainian territories and we won't strike back. But I would also say we won't, so we're not, or maybe even say we won't use air. We'll just send weapons. But if you, and say this very clearly, if you invade Ukraine or go past whatever territorial markings this we have here, because obviously they've already invaded with Crimea, say we will do these things. We will, one, from like NATO countries or list countries, we will eject all Russian citizens. They will be removed in an orderly process from our countries. So they will all leave, so, Germany you get rid of all Russian citizens. All the Russian citizens living in England will go, unless there's special exemptions for, anti Putin people or something. But all the rest of the people will, fly them to Finland, and they can walk across the border into Russia. Like, all Russian citizens will leave this list of countries. All Russian property in these countries, private, government, or corporations, will be seized in these countries. So like any business that's owned by Russians will be seized by the government. If Russians own a percentage of the business, that percentage of the business will be seized by the government. So we will seize all Russian-held properties in whatever list of countries, the U.S., Britain, France, whatever the list of countries would be. So we will not, you can even say, like, we will not use any air power, we will not use any ground power, we will not use any naval power, we will not engage. We will send in weapons, but we will not send in any forces. But we will get rid of all Russian citizens, send them home orderly, not, send them in an orderly process. We will seize all their assets in bank accounts, in whatever in the West, seize all of their assets, and we will immediately stop the import or export of any Russian goods from our countries. And that includes natural gas or any other thing. We will stop that immediately. And I think that defuses this whole situation. It'd be like Italy invading, time for Russia to parade, I guess. No, World War III would not be fun. Needing to blow up bridges between Crimea and mainland so they can only get supplies. Yeah, that you can do quietly and help some Ukrainian guy actually plant the explosive or something. Yeah, absolutely. The death knell of the League of Nations was Ethiopian invasion there and the inability of them to do it. But I think those three steps, get rid of the Russian citizens. A lot of Russians don't want to move home. Seize all their property in the West and stop all trade with Russia. Because I think the oligarchs would tell Putin to stop. Yeah, with nukes, World War III would be bad. You think COVID's bad? I mean, just that we're all having to do all this shit because of COVID. I'm not talking about whether you think it's dangerous or not, or you should have the vax or not. I'm just talking all this stuff that we've had to go through these last 2 years is bad. It'll be worse if we have World War III. Yeah, heating, AC, clean water, yeah. And I do know that Europe has an energy problem. Well, as some people have been saying, why did Germany get rid of their nuclear power plants? Why Germany doesn't have coal fire? Germany, to my understanding, has still huge coal reserves. Why don't they have coal plants? Oh, to be green. Yeah, well, you get to go camp out in the woods, Germans. Too bad. That'll be green. Well, World War III would be like going back to 1200. It very well could be starting of a dark age. That would be, Mad Max, here we come. The original one, not that fantasy one, which that Thunder Road thing, Mad Max. I did see it eventually when it came on whatever subscription service. God, how do they have in such desperate times, such overbuilt super vehicles? No, the original Mad Max, that was sort of realistic in a post-apocalyptic kind of thing, but yeah. They have coal power, but they behave like they don't. Well, if they can put them into power or use, that would be those big-ass machines to mine coal. Yeah, well, this has been an excellent stream for me. I'm excited to try out. Okay, very good. With all the submods, because it looks really, really good from what I've seen. Gonna pop off and start my own game now thing. Okay, very good. Glad I was helpful. I think we're going to end the talk about the Ukraine now, but I wanted to cover that. World is becoming overpopulated. Countries are slowly losing national identities. Politicians are thinking only next election, not planning for it. Not enough, though. I don't know what that is referring to, but yeah. Well, I don't know about overpopulation. I do think as... See, this is... And I know there's a few people, and I think Ragar's one of them. Colonialism ended too soon. I know India and Africa, they wanted their independence. But these parts of the world, if they got mechanized farming going before they got independence, they would learn that you don't need to have 5, 6 kids, and there's been a lot of good spread with vaccines that have kept a lot of people dying. But unfortunately, places like Somalia are a good example where there wasn't enough proper infrastructure. Because I know a lot of you guys are born after this time period, but you have We Are the World campaign and various trying to feed people in Somalia and Ethiopia because of huge famines that were happening there. It was never a problem of food. I mean, locally it was a problem of food, obviously. But for the rest of the world, it wasn't a problem of the food. It was a problem of getting the food to here or here or here. It was getting the food. The food was we could easily move huge amounts of food and have it in ships out here, not instantaneously, but fairly damn quickly. It was getting it off the port because they had like one crane. You could have like 10 ships out here. Okay, well, it's going to take 2 weeks to get this one ship unloaded with guys carrying literally sacks on their backs, get them off there. Now, of course, you could load the ship in a day in a U.S. or other major port, but it'll take 2 weeks to unload the ship, and we got ships just stacked up trying to unload. Oh well, then that's just going to be food sitting in this port. We have 5 trucks to drive it to here, but yeah, we're going to take 50 trips. It's going to take a month to get that ship. Yeah, it was the lack of infrastructure that was the problem. It wasn't. I mean, yes, again, obviously they didn't have food at that day and point and time somewhere in here, so they were trying to fly food in, and that's expensive. Aircraft maintenance, fuel, all we're talking about, mostly fertilizer's fault, moving atomic power plant. So Malthus was wrong. Okay, look up Malthus. Malthus was wrong. Marx was wrong. Economies are not land. Marx thought and Malthus thought economies are land, and how much food you produced in 19th century Britain is how much food you could produce in 20th century Britain or 21st century Britain or 21st century world. We can produce a lot more food than we produce currently. And Africa, if it was properly, and a lot of times it's not because it's overcutting of trees like we see in places in Brazil, overcutting of trees. Not that they're cutting some trees down, because you can go into a forest, don't know the details of rainforest, but I do know a bit more about other forests in the United States. You can go into a forest, instead of clear cut it, you can take like 1/3 of the trees and thin it, and the forest stays there and will grow new trees, and actually it'll be better for the forest because you get rid of some of the old trees. Some of the old trees will stay and some of the new trees, well, the old trees will go, but then new ones will grow up in the spaces in between them, and it'll sort of be better renewing kind of thing. And you can create patches of farm work in cleared patches, not whole huge areas of land, but cleared patches enough that you would have farm machinery to farm in between clumps of trees. So you still have rainforest, you still have a lot of that going on, but you can increase your agricultural process. So there's ways to do it more responsibly The Mayans cut down. Oh well, yeah. Well, there's been a lot of. They also think a lot of like the Serengeti and some of these other plains here were man-made just by using fire to hunt. And just over the years, they would light fires, over generations, light fires before Europeans showed up, light fires, and the animals would flee away from them, and that's how they would hunt. As they were coming towards them, they would hunt them. And so they created some plains instead of having forests. They think that's it. I don't know if it is just somebody who does these things. So yeah, we can more responsibly farm in Africa. We can more responsibly, in my opinion, farm in India and other places. And I think we can supply a lot more food. During the Roman Empire, this was a breadbasket. It is no longer, because the Arabs are here. And the Arabs don't do farming well. They just don't, because we can look at Israel, and Israel's doing farming in places that the Arabs couldn't, and do so economically. So, yeah, we can farm on top of the ocean, or in the ocean, absolutely. So the population is not the problem. The population is not the problem. The numbers. It just needs to be handled better. It's a cultural problem. It's a lot of stuff, a lot of factors. Okay, well, I guess we're going to end our modern talk. I'm going to make another episode of Hoi 3 if you guys want to stay around for that. But I want those who made it this far on the Ukraine talk and modern problems, just some of my thoughts as well as some of the chats. Thank you so much. See you next time. Okay, guys, I'm going to go grab a throat lozenge because I've been talking a lot, but I do want to make one more episode. So if you want to stay around, I'd love to have you here. But we'll be back to Hoi 3 in just a moment. I do like to talk about other things in World War II or things sort of related to lessons that I've learned from World War II. But yep, so I'll be right back. Almost back. Okay, back to invading Malta and see if we can take Malta from the British without any more losses. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 11.1. with GGA, Third Reich events, and the rest of the mods. And we are trying to take Malta without losing any more ships, without things going any more wrong. Producing food is cheap. The third world is more expensive. Yeah, it's the transportation. Getting free food for a finite time removes the need in economic ways developing agricultural production. Yeah, so you destroy local farmers by sending in aid. That's part of the problem. Now, maybe you need to send in the aid, but you destroy the local farming industries because local farming industries are not modernized. And if you give those people modern equipment, they may drive it around effectively for a few months, a few years, whatever, but once it breaks, they don't know how to fix it. They don't have the expertise to fix it. So even if they could use it, shouldn't UK AI keep more ships to protect Malta? Well, there have been a lot of ships, and they've sunk. When I tried to invade earlier, and I did go back to an earlier save because I was just trying to see what was going on, I got all my ships destroyed by some battleships that came out of Malta. Okay, oh, well, there's a battleship at least. There's a DE destroyer escort, a CA, a CL. There could be more than one. So there are some battleships here. They just aren't coming out. They may have been driven in because we are having huge amounts of air coming in on top of this area here for at least 6 months. I've been hitting this, and you can see here, this is where the Italians have been operating against convoys that are trying to supply Malta. So there has been a lot of action. There was a lot of action earlier on too. So yeah. Yeah, see, we're bombing, okay, just a long-range sub right here, but okay, we went out here. This, so we're getting rid of partisans here. Okay, we've done this. We've done this now. Yeah, so we're going to run for port before those guys get out. And hopefully not catch my ships at sea. Supplies for Athens, yeah, go ahead. Pause. Drop all island garrisons. Cool. Okay, Michelle of the Resistance. I will only say this once. That was her tagline. Again, this is from a mod. You can check it out below my Third Reich Events mod. You will help us or we will kill you for collaborating with the Nazis. Yes, so we have Michelle of the Resistance now. The Deutschland was lost out in the South Atlantic earlier, if you didn't watch the earlier episode. Yeah, we get some captured supplies in Alamein. Events are showing up a bit late. Form more flak HQs, anti-air capability flak HQs. We did not do it. Let's see how expensive. That ain't very expensive. 10 manpower, that's the biggest thing. Okay, we have 1872. Okay, we could do that. Form the core. Now we can disband some of these units to get some manpower back if we got too many HQs later on. Okay, single engine airframe research. Yeah, grayed out, and armor unit training. That would be here. Let's stop that because we're African Army recruiting. I don't know, will we get? Don't know if we control enough of the spaces to get that. Okay, looks like we made it back without, well, almost. Come on. Yes, we made it back without any more capital ship losses, and we've taken Malta. Now, what does this do? Mussolini's wet dream. Historically, they didn't have sufficient fuel reserves to do anything. That's true. Fuel Yeah, we have, well, our fuel is fairly high right now for Germany. We have still a lot of, and we're going to get some more here in a moment, I think. Explore how do Germans get their armor in and out of Africa? Oh, well, they mostly put it on ships and sent it down. Now, I say mostly because maybe some earlier, but mostly is I think later flying them into some 38Ts and whatnot. They were able to stick up toward those big gigant. Started out as gliders, but quickly got engines on them, so big, huge transports, but mostly through ships. To the best of my understanding is, because you often hear about Rommel not having enough ammo and particularly not enough fuel. Germany sent Rommel enough ammunition, enough fuel, and enough reinforcements to keep the Africa Corps running and operating properly. The problem is it wasn't all getting there. So like, oh, we need 1,000 barrels of fuel. Send them 1,000 barrels of fuel. Well, only 2/3 made it. So instead of sending more than enough, figuring that some's going to get lost, they sent just enough, and enough of it got lost that kept Rommel from doing a lot of his operations. So yeah, it's mostly through it. Now, they were also, this way, because the idea that the British would have ships here is actually very unhistorical. Most of the time that, when Malta's under siege, until North Africa's taken, shall we say, Britain cannot keep any ships here. At times they do push some convoys through. Sometimes they get to like here and turn around, and the last few supply vessels dash into port. What Britain does keep here is submarines. But even then, a lot of the time, maybe not all the time, but even maybe not, I'm not sure most of the time, but some of the time, on a lot of it, they would have, because the Grand Harbor is huge and it's multiple areas. So they'd have the submarines, they would come in, normally at night, into the port. They would come in and show up to the submarine dock, offload most of their personnel, and then before dawn, they would take that submarine somewhere out into the harbor and put it on the floor of the harbor with just a skeleton crew. So during the day, and any bombing attacks that happen during the day, no one could see the submarines. It's deep enough and it's a big enough area, you couldn't just randomly bomb it and try to hit anything. So the submarines would be kept on the floor of the harbor during the day. Then at night, the skeleton crew would the ship would surface, go back into the dock, and with as little light as possible, they would carry out maintenance, refuel, fix, because sometimes there was damaged rudders or whatever that was external damage that they'd need fixed. They would fix it up at night, and then as the dawn comes, they would shut down operations, and different skeleton crews, people would have shore breaks, of course, would go out and sink that during the day, the submarine during the day. So they'd sink it during the day and bring it up at night. And sure, there was bombings at night, but since it's a blackout, it's very hard to bomb a specific submarine. It was virtually impossible. So that's how they kept the submarines operating. And it was mainly these submarines that were stopping the supplies coming. There was virtually into this area no, and very much so when there wasn't the Americans around, naval operations here. It was just too hazardous because of air operations, just like these guys are trying to do strikes on whatever, like on these submarines. So that's how it was, and it was very tricky. Okay, new combat aviation. Okay, a couple of things we can talk about here with these mods. Sorry that W Wargamer has already left. Okay, so what does it mean by us getting Malta now? Well, GGA has and you can, again, when you install it, you can, now I don't like what the fuck, WTF, you should have, that's too modern of a thing in my opinion, but you could do goddamn or whatever they might have said back then, but they wouldn't have used WTF. Sort of a modernism creeping into this. So, time to use howitzers as anti-tank guns. Was that the time to use it? Well, they were using some of those at Tobruk, I think, and those were like Italian howitzers as anti-tank guns. Tobruk, that pulled the Mediterranean. Well, we Germany, and they were actually feared this, but we took Cyprus and then did a naval and airborne invasion into here, and then came around their rear, and while the Italians were pushing here and met up at Alexandria. But there are various scripted invasions with GGA. He's doing, in my opinion, a very good job with them. There's two basic types of scripted invasion. There's one that's sort of a conventional invasion that, the British invades, say, Greece or something like that. Then there's another type that sort of spawns like a commando raid, sometimes with a unit on ground, or sometimes just like I did see the raid up at the here. It's just an effect that gives some negative effects to Germany or to the region, reducing the resources or whatever. But these events, these sort of SOE raids, won't happen unless the Allies control certain locations. So some of the ones I don't think will happen if the Allies don't control Alexandria, which we had already gotten. Now that we control Malta, other ones won't happen. So if you control Malta, you won't happen. Now, we can look here, and this I'm trying to explain what's going on with the mod. We can look here, okay, well, we see some air battles. Now, I don't know if these were an attempt, because there is no bombing. If these were an attempt at bombing and my air lowered their organization enough before they got to the target that they turn around and went home, or sometimes, and you'll notice this, sometimes because of the way this game works is an air unit here, the Allied player will want to send it out to here somewhere, and it just flies right across Germany instead of trying to fly all around, fly to Gibraltar and work its way around. So sometimes they'll get shot up pretty bad just cruising across Germany. So I don't know whether this was just an attempt to go across German territory or an attempt to bomb it, but there was no bombing. What Revolver held, the GGA developer, we can read here, the RAF bombed the Saar industrial region, that is here, Saarbrücken and Saarlouis. The responsible Luftgau reports that from their bases in England, the Allied bombed this industrial region. This will continue to hurt our production capacity. So as you can see, there is no actual bombing, but we do know historically they did. The AI, I guess, isn't doing a good enough at making sure that they're doing night bombing. But so, Saar region targets, any and all, and what he's done is he's created a little sort of mini map area like the Saar region. We'll get industrial bombings until June 20th, 1941. So for 15 days, high seas here and local resources will get, and plus a -1 in Saarbrücken of infrastructure here. So let's see, so infrastructure here loses that one, and there is a localized effect. You can see here, Germany industry bombing 10%. Let's 50% down here. Let's look here. I just want to see. I'm not quite sure, but what I think I want to see is here. Notice there is no bombing here. This effect. So what he's done is he's gone in here and coded it so that this gets Germany industry bombing down 50% here. So it just affect whatever, however big. I don't know whether it's just these two provinces or some of this other area. I don't know exactly how big it is. We could find out by hovering over some of the areas. But yeah, so this is down, resources down by 50% for the next 15 days based on this bombing event, but obviously not back here in Berlin. So it's just localized. So this represents Germany bombing. Now, if you don't want this to happen, you can invade England, because it is set that Britain has to control certain provinces, I don't know, London or whatever, and there are also other German decisions that they can make that will reduce this stuff from happening. But if you definitely want it to stop, you have to invade Britain. So because we control down here, because we control over here, we will not get later on, unless we lose control, we will not get bombings that would affect Ploetzi or German oil. So that will help us in that we control this. So this is how he's designed this, which is pretty smart, the way he's designed this. So it's based on control of provinces and then based on historical things, because the AI isn't doing that. And this is obviously, this only really happens if you're playing against the AI. You wouldn't have this set up if you're playing against humans there. So yeah, pretty smart how it's happening. And so if you don't want it to happen, invade places. But if you invade Britain, Soviet Union attacks. So be careful about that. So now that we've done that, now what we're going to maybe see about doing, though we don't have much of the Navy left, we might see about trying to get Gibraltar. That will be our next possible target here. We'll see what we can do. Now this is something from Third Reich events. Wood gasifiers. Green energy. Well, no, not green energy. Renewable. Well, it's green renewable energy. It's green because it comes from trees, and it's renewable because it comes from trees. See, if we wanted to stop using fossil fuels, we could just do this, people. Wood gasifiers. What these are is, and I think you can use coal maybe, but definitely wood, is you have big tanks that you burn wood. One of the gases that come off of the wood gets trapped, and it gets fed into an internal combustion engine, and it has combustibility to run an internal combustion engine. So you don't need gasoline or oil or whatever. It's just doing this. So Gustloff Works, Waffen Works, Schul, Ringhofer, Tatra Work AG, along with other companies, build wood gasifier systems to be added to commercial, agricultural, and civilian vehicles. In Germany alone, 500,000 producer gas vehicles were used in 1945. So that's at the end of the war. 500,000, whether they be tractors, trucks, city buses, taxi cabs. Now, one of the descriptions that I have, these are underpowered compared to, and you can convert the vehicle back to being gasoline if you want to, compared to a gasoline engine, and where like an inner city bus, a bus going between two cities, between two German cities or town, one of the places on the route, it was too steep to go up over. So what they would do is they get there and get to the point, the bus driver would put the brakes on, park the brake on, have all the passengers get off, and have the younger, fitter passengers get behind the bus, and so he'd get the bus started going, and they'd help push the bus over the hump, over the heights of the hill, and then once they're over that, all the passengers would get back on and continue on driving. So this is not a suitable replacement for frontline military field use. It's not in general practice use, but this is suitable for running around a city, some inner city use, a lot of that kind of stuff. So yeah, everyone get out and push. Yep. Well, everyone who's young enough, I mean older people or whatever wouldn't, but men and women would help push the bus over. And this is just one anecdotal thing that happened, but it's just, so it's an underpowered compared to a normal internal combustion engine. But this, during this time, is when they really start to burn wood. And so I have an event here, fuel plus 10% for the rest of the game, because we're no longer using so much of it in the civilian market. I don't know if 10%, just my wild ass guess. Somebody wants to somehow say that should be more or less, I don't know, but I've seen pictures of army. Yes. Well, what you can find is some pictures of some tanks that they used as testing tanks with the system on it. But you also find other tanks that have the system on it, but they were specifically in training grounds. So they weren't well, maybe at the 1945 when the Soviets were coming towards the training grounds they were used, but generally speaking they would use them back, and he has set up like these various Kriegschule. No, that's where is it here? I should move some of these up. Well, Kriegschule, I guess. Oh no, it's over here. Here, he's Panzer Truppenschule number 2. He has a bunch of units, maybe a bit overpowered, and you should really only use these if you're admitting defeat, or unless there's an emergency invasion. That would be because historically, if there was an emergency invasion, the sort of Werecrest and reserve system was set up to deal with, like when we had the invasion up here. So if the Brits invade, go ahead and make sure you have a commander, and you can use this unit as that. But sending it anything other than a local emergency, you're admitting you're losing to some degree. And now, so if you want to sort of somewhat cheat or whatever and use this stuff, but this represents the idea of a training school. These tanks, some of them would likely have had wood gasifiers. And I do think some at the front line, if I was a frontline logistics officer for a division, I very well might want to have a few trucks on wood gasifiers just to go, hey, if the conditions are good enough, solid enough roads, whatever, we can use these without burning our precious fuel and whatnot. But it's just not reliable enough to carry heavy loads of what's going on. Thank you, Beamslam. We try to do details well. I can't see having your tank already on fire going into battle bonus. Yes. Oh, another bot on YouTube there, Arno, if you're still around. So I just sort of guessed 10% fuel bonus. I don't know what it should be, but I didn't want to overpower Germany too much. But I also wanted to give that. Britain does, and I do have an event for Britain. Similarly, it doesn't have it still uses the same, I think still uses the same German picture, because Britain also used lots of wood gasifiers. And I don't know if I have an event for it, but I do know Finland, because Finland has lots of trees, also did a lot of wood gasifiers as well, domestically. So Special Forces Unit Combined Arms has advanced. And so I very much with TRE try to be historical. Like I say, I've got to sort of kind of guess on, because I just don't have access that I know of, at least, on how much does that help the economy. 50,000 vehicles to me seems like, or no, 500,000 vehicles seems like a lot. Eventually, till 1945, in reduction of fuel costs. Oh, so North Korea is still using it. Yep. Okay, so we can see here. We get some little there. Hello. Okay, now we're gonna let these guys sort of head out. Okay, what we want to do here is, I think I have up here, yes, some medium bombers. Now we can get them to here. How far? No. Just trying to see how far west. It's only to there. Damn. Okay, so we don't have the ability to get there via air or escort via air. I'm going to wait for their navy to redeploy out. Axis forces seize Malta. Okay, advance. Gain 1 in descent, lose 1 in unit. Okay, so we've closed down some of that. Submarine class advance. Well, I've already, I already put some subs into production here, but I'm not going to restart production. Subs are useful. Infantry unit training. small fuel tank, which allows us to get in and improve our fighters, which we will do. So now, that will increase our range of our close air support. Yeah, we'll do that too. A little early. We have almost another hole. Oh, we are way low on spies because we're doing a bunch of espionage operations. So let's do that. Lock that down. I don't know. I mean, obviously we can hover over things and we'll get accurate results for Italy. But hunting down, I don't know what sort of navy it has. Okay, motor torpedo boat, small subs. Well, there's a battleship there, looks like. 2 destroyers, a light cruiser. 3 more battleships and anti-sub forces. So they do have some. It's around. We don't really get to control it. Okay, there's another battleship, a coastal battleship, and a destroyer there. Those are our auxiliaries moving some of our police forces around. Midget submarine operating there, which the Italians did have. They were some of the better midget submarines until late in the war that the British started doing some good ones. And they have a DD and 2 torpedo boats. Yeah, they've taken a lot of losses fighting in the Mediterranean. So fortunately, though, we got Malta. We've done that goal. And it's German territory, so it's very hard to find a bit of Malta to click on. So we need to send supplies there. So I like to do this manually. The AI does all kinds of crazy things at times and gets us lots of stuff there. So we'll send some supplies there. Right, and that also will, of course, keep them from running submarines or eventually, I guess they may do convoys, I don't know, but they had been running some submarines, thinking a few of my convoys out here. But now, of course, all these will, or most of these at least, will disappear because they'll no longer try to supply Malta. You need to, let's see, stop all of these hitting here. Point in it, and want to save fuel. And by stopping them, I'll know to send them somewhere else. Kaiser Wilhelm dies. Pause. Okay, mobile unit command control. Boost our budget of research down. Move one out here, good. And money for crude oil. Okay, because we're not going in this year, we've decided to leave the Soviet Union so we could use more crude oil. But okay. I think they've now left long enough. So let's go back and pick up our African Corps units there. Because right now we control this coastline here. They still have a naval base here, the British do. We haven't invaded that yet. That would be another invasion target here. Obviously, they couldn't move ships out. They had been supplying into Port Sudan, but we've sort of kind of stopped that by invading there. So I don't know if they're really, these may fade pretty soon. There's nothing to supply into there. We're raiding a bit here. So trade with Iraq and Iran is fairly safe at this point. Now, one thing I want to say, If you notice here, there's the 15th Panzer Division, and there's the 15th Panzer Division. I like Revolver Held. Revolver Held is a very meticulous modder, but for some reason, he's been really reluctant to go in and edit things that are black ice. So be warned. I renamed this Deutsches Afrika Korps and I put the 2 after it. It had just been Deutsches Afrika Korps because there's also the Deutsches Afrika Korps. You'll get both the black ice and the GGA versions of these events. He should have taken the black ice file and deleted or remmed out the black ice stuff, because I think his versions of the way it happens is better than the black ice. It's not necessarily stronger, but it's more historical immersion, and you do get some better artillery and whatnot. Now you have the ability to reject, the dialogue. Do you want this yes or no down here? You can go no if you don't want 2 Afrika Korps, but if you accept both of the Afrika Korps, you pay for them. So these aren't like 2 sets of free units. They're not free units at all. You pay for them. So just keep that. What you want to do, how you want to deal with this. Because I'm experimenting and I accepted both, and I'm not going to delete both just because I've paid for it. Mexico, no, we're not going to trade with you. Okay, what do we have here? Hold on. Let's get this not blinking on and off. Okay. Yeah, I guess I just won't do the HQs. Again, you want to research these because these reduce the time between attacks. You can choose, and it's probably, like I was saying earlier, probably unnecessary to get all these. I'm still doing it. You can save your manpower and your little bit of supplies and not do this. And the reason there is manpower cost and it's as high as it is, we should we also got a lot of these flak regiments now. Okay. Is that, well, okay, this is just that we can demobilize it and get at least some of the manpower back. Oh, consumer goods went up because of something, I don't know what. Right, with the GGA element there. We have all of these flak regiments. Okay. Not sure what to do with them. I thought we were going to get actual flak guns with these, not just the headquarters. Okay, that's a lot. I don't know what to do with all of those, quite honestly. They don't indeed. They had flak units, yeah. This would be U-boat sunk. Convoy rating efficiency down. Uprising up here. Okay, well, go deal with them. Going there, you walk slowly. Okay, now they would like metal. Yes, you can have metal. Okay, well, we're buying a lot of fuel coming in, or oil. We're losing oil here. That would be a problem. But, well, let's see. Notice we have green resource convoys coming from Iran and Iraq on trade, but we don't have any from Egypt yet. So what we're going to do here now is let's come over here. Come here. Create a resource convoy. Let's go from Alexandria to, we'll go to Fumi. Let's see what happens here. And this will in time become a problem, trust me, if we don't deal with it somehow. And I'm going to, I don't really want to sell more 15 crude, 12. Okay, we're going to stop that. Yvette and Maria, yes, upstairs. You get the point. Okay. Here. That's what I need to do. Okay. The convoy from Alexandria to Fiume has. Okay, look. Pause. Look down here in the corner. Here. Convoy from Alexander to Fiume. 3,335 crude oil every day. Now that isn't going to continue because there is some oil resources down here and oil resources here that have been blocked up because we haven't had it flow. So we're flowing this into Germany. We don't need any more steel, rare materials, or coal right now. So that's overstocked, but we're going to get in a bunch of oil here. Special purpose armor advance, that is here, and it's grayed out, and we can now do some more. I'm going to continue to move more into spying. So this won't last long at this rate. It might be a few days at this rate. Okay, Magdeburg oil industry, so they're going to reduce coal or crude oil there for a while. Okay, now this is a GG or no TRE event. Organization Tot Einsatzgruppen Viking, expand the Norwegian industry, including alloy factories and power stations at Telemark, build subpens and factories. OT personnel will help keep the partisan in check. So we can either start work, lots of supplies, fair amount of manpower, a little bit of money, mostly energy and metal. You know, the metal is like all the rebar and all the, because you can see the construction work and all of the bunkers and what they're going to do and stuff. And then you get OT vinking, or no, if you don't want it. So what this does here is create part of our garrisoning force here. This is based on a US, oh, I fixed this picture, but it didn't get fixed here. US 1945 document our sort of manual document on Organization Tot, and I did it, and this covers, this command out of here covers into Denmark, and so I created the order of battle as historically as I could, and it's sort of I don't know what these different Oberabteilung Narvik 1 and 2, just how strong they were, but you're getting 3,000 men strong, but they were a significant element there. So we do have that. So that will help us garrison Norway. Okay, state visit of Antonescu in Munich. Romania loses some descent. We get better relations. Hungarian occupation of northern Serbia. Handover responsibility. Let's see. We don't have a choice on this. I don't like things like this that we don't have a choice on, but okay. That does. Did it already take that? Maybe it already took that. I don't know. That may have just been a information. Okay. Okay, well, we've jumped up because remember it was like 228. Now we're down to that. And so now we're moving just 4.4 crude every day. So that got us a big bunch of crude. Now, again, we're over 100,000. We'll lose the extra. We didn't need the extra, the other stuff here. There's oil here, guys. There's oil there. And you know what that oil's been doing for a long time? Been pumped out of the ground. But I don't know how long they've been pulling it out because, shipping it out because of, naval warfare, we're killing huge amounts of convoys here, as you can well see, including the Italians. So I don't know how much they've had convoys to move oil, either moving supplies or resources. I do not know. Oh, good. We've got these guys over here now. Well, what I wanted to do is here, as we can see here, we have a base of 4 here, and we're getting 1.9 right now. Better than nothing, but revolt risk is reducing it by 35% or 39% or something. So we're gonna maybe not. We'll send these guys over here to help reduce revolt risk. Let's see resources down here. Mostly oil. Mostly I'm worried about resources. A little bit I'm worried about ICs and other things down here. We don't really care about too much about that. So let's move, I don't know, you down here. We have the 1 police unit there already, so let's move just down maybe to Hebron there. That would sort of expand out the area a bit. Okay, that will help get us more. Now what we can also do here, and I haven't really, but now that we have police forces to somewhat reduce down revolt risk here. Okay. So we're right now at military government, which has plus 16 revolt risk. Local resource is down 70%, and also ICs. When you go to collaborationist government, which reduces, we can't, because we have to actually defeat Britain to do that, I believe. But we can't do collaborationist government. But we can do full occupation. So that will go revolt risk from 16 to 18%. So it's only 2% more ICs, or 2% more revolt risk, so which would reduce if we don't have a 0 or whatever. But what it will do is, instead of only reducing down 70%, it reduces down 30% ICs and only 25% of resources. So we'll get a lot more resources with just a little more risk. We could go to total exploitation, but you're jumping it up 4 additional percent over that to reduce that. I don't know whether that would be good. Doing the math, I don't know if you send it enough, but we're going to go over that. So that will help us get, see, now we are, and this may go up a little bit here, but full occupation is 25%. And over here, yeah, so now instead of 1.8 or whatever it was, now we're at 3.6. It's not a lot, but it helps, and we're going to reduce down the revolt risk more when they, or don't the order police show up. Problem with Germany after Panzer III decommissioning, serious mistake. Not quite sure what decommissioning Panzer III. Not quite sure of that statement. What that means. Hello, Sebastian. If I haven't said that earlier. Okay. Now, mountain unit training advance. Good. Button. So that gave us some more a boost, but here we don't have any reduction by revolt risk. That will be helpful. This will be even more, I believe, once we get it. Now we could sell more supplies to the Soviet Union to buy more oil. That is an option. Okay, on board. Come to lovely Sardinia. think we can move. No, we can't. No, we had military access from Spain. Oh, it only let us strategically redeploy, will it? It won't let us drive into there. I'm wondering if we could. Don't we still have it? No, we don't have military access. I thought we did. Hmm. Thought there was an event that gave us military access. Maybe no, that was Vichy. That was Vichy. Oh, that's Vichy. Um, we have military access through Vichy, don't we? That's what I was thinking. Yeah. No. I thought we had that. Not good. Combined arms integration. Continue. Really wonder. We have radio signals picking up some sort of HQ there, but I don't know what that how secure that is. Rumors about German troops discarded, but we're not invading, so those rumors are correct. Okay, well, we got some replacement. These guys are already in production a bit. Okay, well, we're going to deploy forces here. Yeah, bit cheaty, I know. But yeah, there is a limit to how far ships can go, but most of these ships could have made a trip around Africa, I do believe. Um, yeah, I know I'm saying I believe because I don't know for sure. Not the motor torpedo boats. And we were going around Africa, but it was cutting so close. I couldn't. If I could have just sent them out here, we would have made our main Kriegsmarine, and that's what that would have been sailing around. Now that we have this down here, and again, those who didn't watch before, or the reason we had these guys in, they were in since before the war started in the Mediterranean, and spent when Italy was at peace, being interred up here in Vienna, in Venice, not Vienna. So yeah, little spammy dropping them there, but oh well. Deal with what you have. Oh, okay. We could produce even more. Yes, they did by rail, but those the motor torpedo boats and coastal submarines, because they were actually small submarines that they did, that would be doable by rail as well. They did it by rail for part of it, and part of it was on the Danube for the submarines and motor torpedo boats. But even then, it took them months to do it. Took them months, and then once they got there, they had to be sort of put back together. Because they had to pull things like the batteries out of them, and I think the engines out of them. Maybe not the engines, but they had to reduce the weight considerably on the subs at least. Um, and yeah, they could set up and build German ships and some of these smaller ships in some of these ports. But I'm looking at, yeah, this is sort of like we sent them way out here, and they long voyage around, and that's doable for destroyers and cruisers. It's just that they can't get out here and operate, for extended periods of time. So rebasing, I wish I could do it a little more realistically, and that would be fine. Okay, these guys keep pushing, keep pushing. Well, not you. You go. So wait for the reinforcements, I think. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just save this. Okay. Get on board ship. This is just an experiment to see what's here because I don't have good enough intel. You'd really be able to have spies to at least get a bigger picture. They've removed, you see, assault rifle gained 30%, but they seem to have removed assault rifles because I think it was here. And I really think assault rifles are a game changer. I don't like that they removed it. I don't like that they removed it. Yeah, I'm not happy about that. Again, sort of min-maxing thing. Okay, OKW Finland. So now we have a little bit of headquarters up in Finland. It's a political unit kind of thing. You don't want to have these in combat because if you lose them, bad things can happen. For unit training. Go. Training grayed out. Let's get muted fuel tank. We can research some of those. So in the meantime, could be doing better with researching. Don't want to do pack front unless I'm really going overly defensive. So back to here. I noticed we were getting some infantry divisions. Yeah, let's go for another proper armored division. Oh. Let's see. The assault guns. Let's do an armored division with a mechanized battalion. Just one of these. We're not doing two right now. I think we have an HQ to assign it. How expensive? 9. Ooh, that's expensive. I think we have some trucks to give them that were already produced. So HQ trucks, that would be 7 brigades. Yeah, that sounds good. So we'll do, we'll go back to 2 of these. No, not 3, 2. 31. And we will do that. So we're producing oil rig as we are having a little bit of conditions with that. Not too low yet by any means, but we don't want to. And right now when we're converting over, yeah, we're in a little positive territory. Medium fuel tank. Pause. Okay, well, medium fuel tank will allow us to. We're going to come down here, flying boat. I like flying boats, as you know. So we're going to do that. Okay, this is still mostly in our experimental. I'll just recall them if it's too difficult. If they'll get sunk, I'll go back to the save because this is just more of a reconnaissance. I want to see what the forces are like here. When we take it, we're going to take it. If we just find that it's too well defended, I'll just send it, stop the invasion, go back home and see what we can do about it. But so this is what I was sort of talking about in this sort of special. We were talking about the Ukraine. You may have watched it later if you're watching this later on YouTube. This is what was done. President Roosevelt ordered by executive order today the immediate freezing of assets in the United States, of Germany, Italy, and all invaded or occupied European countries whose funds and investments had not previously frozen. And that's what I mean by seize. I mean, that is seizing the assets. They're frozen, meaning they're still there. The U.S. government just controls them now. 6 other countries affected by this order: the Soviet Union, Switzerland, Sweden, Portugal, Finland, and Spain will be able to obtain licenses to withdraw funds under strict control. So they might be able to get their money or whatever. This will lead in a few days to Germany and U.S. Shuttering U.S. consulates and expelling diplomats. So they're going to keep the embassies, but they're going to get rid of the sort of consulates and some of the diplomats. So we're reducing our relations, except for and we're losing money and supplies, except for with Romania, which is affected by this, but will help out. That may cause an end to, and probably we wouldn't get any more new trades, but it may cause the end to these trades here. Yeah, more bombing effects. So this is till July 41. So yeah, okay. Just July 3rd. So it's again like 15 days. Local resources. Future of German-Turkish relations. Should we better relationship with Turkey to stabilize the situation on the Balkans so that we can focus on our fight against the Soviet Union? This is from the D-Worms mods. Offer non-aggression pact. Additional treaty of friendship is sufficient. We're not planning on going into Turkey, so let's invade it. So we're going to do that. Turkey signed the friendship treaty, including non-aggression pact. Very good. So we get a little more popularity and improved our treaty even more. We lose threat on Turkey. Okay. Capital ship air search radar. Let's probably grayed out. Carrier. Yeah, there we go. That's there. We can do fire control. Yeah, let's do that. So that's the kind of thing I think we should do, or threaten to do, and but follow through with. Yeah, see, we'll no longer receive this. Okay, we're going to start losing some of those. We would give them supplies for money. We give them supplies for money, and let's come to the Soviet Union. We're going to try to replace they need supplies badly and they have lots of money. So let's offer trade agreement. Oh, nope. They're not buying? You should like me. We're good buddies. Why don't they like me? That sucks. We may have to stop importing stuff if we can't sell it. I thought we should be able to. You don't want to trade with me? Okay. So, oh, pause. Okay, so because of this, this doubled our. Oh, no, we got both of these, I guess. So supplies, money, resources. That's nice. Supplies, money, resources. That's from our treaty with there. Okay, so we are invading here. It looks like very little ships. They probably pulled their ships out. The fallen Madonna with the big boobies. Pause. That's the big painting again that the painting they're trying to. Everyone's trying to keep control of in Naval. Rapid, then fast. Vienna takes. I made this event. I don't know what it means. I just read it. Takes the 1941 German ministerial staff from FC State. Probably means something to you guys, you football people. Yes, I'm using the appropriate term instead of soccer, but yeah, early is on advance, so hopefully you guys find that interesting. Okay, we'll let that continue. UDDs from Romania. for supplies short. Yes, please. Oh, we are in a battle. Well, against a HMS Rainbow. Question is can we get this? One, and two, can we get this before they send reinforcements? Either more ground reinforcements or naval. So we're going to keep pushing on this. If we can get Malta or get Gibraltar, we shut down the Mediterranean entirely, which will keep, in my understanding, keep the scripted torch landings from happening. Benign organization. Still 90, 105. Looks like we might be able to do this. Okay, kiss and greet operation closed down. When the war's beginning, a steady stream of packages, many marked gross and cross greetings and kisses, had been sent from the United States. I haven't heard about this before. Wolverholt's come up with some very interesting history lessons here. Has been sent from the United States through neutral countries to Germany by a number of US-based organizations, euphemistically termed travel agencies, advertising special combinations of gift packages in German language newspapers. Despite high prices, one mail company, Fortua Corporation of Manhattan, admitted it had sent 30,000 food packages to Germany in less than 3 months, a business which exceeded US $1 million per year. The British said that of the 25,000 packages examined in 3 months, 17,000 contained contraband of food items as well as cash and all manner of foreign currencies, diamonds, pearls, maps of potentially military value. When a ton of airmail from the American Clipper was confiscated in Bermuda, the American government banned outright sending of parcels through the U.S. airmail. During the period, the Italian Lotti Airlines flying between South America and Europe was also used to smuggle small articles such as diamonds and platinum, in some cases concealed within the airframe, until the practice was ended by the Brazilian U.S. governments. The airlines assisted in Brazil's confiscation at the British intelligence services. In the Americas, engineered breakdown in relations between the airline and the Brazilian government. The U.S. travel agencies were eventually closed, along with German consulates and information centers on June. How interesting. I did not know that. So I guess we gain 10,000 rare materials. Well, we already have more than we can possibly use. That's what I don't know. I don't know what to deal with all this, especially the rare materials. A lot of that's by captured stuff this playthrough. So, but well, that this was meant to, I guess, up till now we've gotten this in, so that shoots it over. So that's just basically wasted for us. So a note to everyone. After a while, I stopped. Well, I didn't stop, but we should, okay. Let's stop some of these. I should have stopped them before. We're going to stop all of these. Hopefully the Soviet Union will still have money to buy our supplies, but we're going to cut down our expenses here by not importing rare materials from the Soviet Union anymore. Man, there's a lot of rare materials, but we've got so much. And we have been doing a lot, but I stopped growing there. We're still bringing a bunch from Finland. These are mostly smaller trades. I didn't realize there's that much from the Soviet Union still. Well, it was interesting. Well, I watched, I think it was Chinafil's channel, talking about, he interviewed somebody talking about the German sub operations in the Black Sea. I think it was his channel. Good YouTube channel on naval stuff if you want to check it out sometime. I forget if it was Romania or Bulgaria. I think it was Romania, but I'm not sure. One of them, they had bought some of their torpedoes or some of their submarines from, I think some from Britain and I think some from Italy. But like the British one, the tubes are different size than. I'm probably getting some of this wrong. I'm almost sure I am, and it could be Bulgaria. The torpedo tubes were different size than they couldn't use German torpedoes, and they only had like 9 torpedoes left at the start of the war. With the Soviet Union, and of course Britain wasn't going to sell them any more torpedoes. And a similar thing, and again, I might be mixing up the countries here between Bulgaria and Romania. For mine, they had one of them had a mine laying submarine, but they didn't have any more mines. And again, they were like British sea mines, or British sea mines, I'm pretty sure. And they couldn't get any more of those, and the mine racks were different, so they couldn't readily alter them to accept German mines, and Germany wasn't going to build special sea mines in the size that Britain used just for the operation. So they had some of these submarines that they did not have weapons platforms for. Ground focus attack. Okay, that is here. We're going to let that continue because that's good. What are you? Would like supplies in exchange for money. Let's wait a day or so before deciding about that. Just keep grinding on this. Not the best possible invasion forces, but we are here and we have them and we're moving now. Okay, see now we have a lot of extra, so I don't need to make supplies to sell. We're not going to do Colombia. Oh, we should have just done it. Well, it's pretty big just to try to get Saudi Arabia as friendly, but the more you trade with a nation, the more friendly it becomes. As a general. Well, British raids in Norway. Okay, so let's see. Does that give us, is that an actual sort of invasion-like thing or just an effect? Some of them are effects. Some of them are an actual sort of, oh, yep, here we are. Okay, so this is a, okay, so this is what happened before, is they, and you could choose not to have this, but now that we have plenty of forces here, we just had a minimum garrison and this got landed on us. Unit command control. Look around here. Things that maybe we should be doing, like radars, aviation. Yeah, let's do these 41. Okay, these guys will be enough to hold this, I'm sure. But they're starting to lose a bit more. 53. Meaning advance. Munition capacity. Is that the one that's pushing it over? Yeah. And landing craft flotillas advance. That's good. So that'll give us more range, more transport capacity. Yeah, we'll let that continue. Yeah, it's not gonna end well for them here. Now, I will say that there is a little bit of a problem here. Revolver Held has been developing his mod for a while. Supposedly, and I've yet to experience the invasion, and I've been playing through this very sort of fast and furious. Not the way I'd want to for myself, but maybe about the speed I would do it for here. But notice, they're defending, and they're the invaders. We're attacking, and we're the defenders. I think what I understand, I'm trying to pick my words carefully because it's dealing with other people. My understanding is that the Black Ice people have stepped up their game, and they now spawn an invasion that is actually out like in the water in the channel with it already sort of invading. Because when it used to be, when you built you built the Atlantic Wall, and then you had a scripted invasion, that Atlantic Wall actually helped the invaders because they were considered the defenders and you were the attackers. So the stronger your Atlantic Wall was in this mod, the easier it was to invade, actually, for a straight invasion. Now attacking, if they once they control this and trying to attack other provinces out, that was a different matter. But the scripted invasion one was actually helping the invader. And so if we had fortifications here, we do have coastal fort, but that only affects an invasion, so it doesn't affect what's happening here now. Yeah, I want to see how GGA's works in practice, and then hopefully we can get Revolver Held to convert the landing script to happen so that fortifications would be of. Okay, now that we have lots of money, we're going to say yes to the fuel here coming in because we have well over that, but no from Venezuela because we're not bringing it across the Atlantic. Might just get this. That's a major defeat. Where do we have a major defeat? Oh, gain 10 war. Go to where? Oh shit, we had a major defeat here. Okay, damn. Okay, well that wasn't looked for. Well, we have Khartoum. I don't know how they're getting supplies through there. Okay, we've captured up to here. Now you remember, or I'm going to make a save here. Again, so far my playthrough, and I just want to reinforce everyone who's watching, that once you start up a session and you start playing it, you very early just you make a save. If it crashes, you go back and reload. You delete the zero file size save. Once you make a successful save, so long as you're not alt-tabbing in and out, and I've been live streaming now for, 3.5 hours and paused for quite a while, but I haven't alt-tabbed in and out once I started this. I just have hotkeys to start and stop the recording. It's saved every time successfully. So what you will find is, even if it's saving successfully, what I really sort of hate, and I'm thinking about removing or getting rid of from my personal game here, the autosave. Because if I'm doing like this, scrolling in and out, while it's trying to autosave or I'm trying to do something else, that can crash the game, but that's a different sort of issue. Okay, we want to stop you. Let's stop anybody who's still doing naval strikes here. Hope they got them all. There, flick the Gestapo. Get that. I still am proud of that mod. That was one of the first one. Confis access merchants in U.S. ports. Okay, so we gained some dissent, more of it. U.S. loses some. German weather ship Landsberg. German weather ship used early years of the Second World War. Provide weather reports for German shipping, particularly German U-boats, after the German use of such vessels had been identified as a weakness that could be exploited to break the Enigma code. Landsberg was captured and sunk. On the 20th of June 1941, the Royal Navy acquired important code books and parts of an Enigma machine. So, say parts of an Enigma machine. So it looks like they had some success in destroying it beforehand, but didn't successfully destroy the code well enough. Oh, it looks like there's submarines operating out into here at the moment. Guessing that's what it is. Take them, take them. Now you're starting to lose here, but take them. Now, if we don't take them this time, we're going to immediately come back with a different set of divisions and try again, because they'll be weaker. And hopefully we'll get back before they can properly reinforce. They're down faster than we are. Okay, so we won here. We had enough troops. Yeah, okay. The battle damage, that'll get repaired. Yeah, I don't have an airbase close enough. I've got my longest range possible bombers. They can only get to here. No, they can only get to here. Can't get there, Arno. I want to. I don't control an airbase. Nothing else. Oh, pause. Okay. What is here? Yeah. This is going to end it right now. This is what I wanted the bombers here. I'm going to go back to the save. Oh, well, what's happening to resolution? What? How am I syncing everything? Graf Spey is still, landing craft flotilla. Auto saving. Wow, we're actually doing really good here. We took out some of the ships. Now, if I thought I wanted a navy, but Graf Spey has retreated back out of the action. Okay, Croatian Infantry Regiment. Cool. Supplies for Crete. Fine. Probably end up just heading back home eventually. Yes, expand our shipyards. Resolution. Yeah, we took out HMS Resolution. They're trying to reinforce the garrison. Here's what they're trying to do. Oh, wow. We survived. Wow. I am shocked that we survived this. But now they've got all the New Zealanders here. Oh, what? Where did they go? Where'd they go? Where'd they go? What happened? They back sea battle again? Okay, well, Graf Spey, man. Landing craft? Wow. Somehow we survived all that. Are they bouncing back and forth? What's going on? I'm not sure. Okay. Steel industry at Warpole is affected for a while. Oh, we're Le Havre. We're being invaded in Le Havre. Oh shit! I didn't realize we're being invaded in Le Havre. Okay, well, in counter move, go. That's why we have these divisions here. Go. No, these guys are not very good, but go. Okay. Well, tactical air command. We'll let that continue. Now, If we had those with them, it would have been better. Movement. And now we're attacking this versus all of that. Yeah, I think our invasion is going to have to be called off here. So I think this is where we're going to end today. I want to thank you all. Beam Slam, Arno, Toy Jets there. Would have done better with some Z-plane ships. Yes, we would have. Yes, you're right, Toy Jet. Don't know who else is still here other than Beam Slam, Toy Jet. We would have done much better. I want to thank you. Everyone else, if you haven't already on YouTube, if you can hit that like button. Laharve, sort of in French, Larve. So yeah, they're attacking here. Oh, okay. Well, like I say, toy fail. Okay. Thanks everyone. Please post comments, questions, tips. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. And yes, thank you everyone here. Yes, gotta keep the Danes and the Norwegians from fighting each other on chat. Thanks everyone. See you soon. Hopefully Tuesday, Slytherin, I think. I forget what game. Thanks everyone. Have a good day, evening.